Sending that one forward, finds Carter Lowe through the neutral zone. Lowe waits, takes the shot, kicks aside, rebound, scores! Cole Bodwin!
Welcome to the Sadlin Arena for Game 3 of the OHL Final between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. I'm your host, Mike Poirier, joined alongside Josh McCann and Gene Pereira. And this is the first time we've done a broadcast from Barrie on the radio side since the preseason.
I know.
So
we're in a new spot, too.
Yeah, we've got a whole different vantage points. We want to thank the league and the team allowing us to broadcast the game here for the radio side of things for the Barrie Colts. But for this Colts team, down 2-0 in this best-of-7 series against the Kitchener Rangers. Game number 2 needed to be resolved in overtime, and it was Matthew Ananovsky, the game winner in that one. So the Kitchener Rangers winning the home games. Now it's the Colts' turn to try and return the favor. Yeah,
and like it seemed in the last series for the Barrie Colts against the Brantford Bulldogs, when talking to Gabriel Eliasson before the game, there's no panic in the group yet. They recognize, okay, we lost the games on the road. They were tight games, so we just got to come home and win our home games. Obviously easier said than done. We saw what Brantford did to the Colts on the road in the last round, but for Barrie, obviously, this is a place they've really wanted to make a house of horrors. They were doing a good job of it down the stretch. They got to get back to playing that game and try and get things going here tonight, because at the end of the day, they were one shot away from winning in game number 2.
And the Barrie Colts had the lead twice in game number 2 against that Rangers team. But in the third period, it was the Rangers scoring shorthanded that tied the game and really gave Kitchener momentum in that final frame. Although Kayshawn Aitchison, 3.6 seconds left in the third period, ties it up at 3, forcing overtime. It was a nail biter either way for either team.
Yeah, it was so tight, and it's kind of weird how the first 5 periods of the game felt like no penalties at all, and then all of a sudden in the third period, stuff started getting called. You get a couple penalties called there late in the third period. Both teams able to capitalize on their power play chances after that, and it set up that big overtime, obviously. But for Kayshawn Aitchison, I mean, there's no better way to make up for the penalty that he took than by scoring the game-tying goal there with 3 seconds left. It was a nice play by Ben Wilmot to keep the puck in, and then Gardner at the net obviously gets a great opportunity. What a save there by Kirsch, and perfect timing for Kayshawn Aitchison. The puck knocks up in the air right to him for a big goal. Just another one on the list of great goals by Kayshawn Aitchison. Obviously, you can't see the chat, but we should give a shout out to Richard for another $10. He said, so relieved you're able to broadcast tonight. Best of luck from that new vantage point.
Yeah, it's well, we appreciate it, Richard. And we were saying in the previous 2 games, fingers crossed, that we'd be able to broadcast this game. But it is a different vantage point. They have us above your hosting spot when we do Rogers TV broadcast. So you're used to this angle, but we'll see how it works for the radio side of things.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different angle, but I think my complaints from my angle down there are made up for the fact that we're up higher, because when you're down there in the playoffs, there's a lot of fans, obviously. A lot of them are standing up getting excited, and when the Colts are going that way, which they do twice a game, it's pretty hard to see. But obviously up here we won't have that disadvantage to us. It's a pretty nice spot. I mean, there's a couple different interesting stops around the league, and it's no different.
Yeah, it's just great that we're still able to broadcast these games even on home ice. But for this Barrie Colts team, we know that they've been dealing with some injuries. No Cole Bodwin, no Joe Salandra, so 2 players missing from that top 6. And the Barrie Colts have had to make some adjustments. And tonight, going with Nicholas Desiderio playing on the left side on that second line. And we did see quite a bit of Desiderio, especially come the third and in the overtime period.
Yeah, and I think part of that as well is that Dylan Moskowitz wants to keep the Schneid-Newton low line together. But if they're going to do that, they don't have a center for the 4th line outside of Eamon Edgar. So Edgar moves back down. I thought he had a solid game, took that 1 penalty in the third period. And then after that, Dylan Moskowitz kind of shortened the bench. 9 forwards, 5 defense. We didn't see Justin Hanser in overtime. We didn't see Edgar Vader or McCormick in overtime either. It'll be interesting to see how Moskowitz is able to manage these guys' minutes, because we saw it there at the end. A lot of those guys look pretty gassed out. Parker Von Richter was still gasping for air by 15 minutes after in the press conference. So that'll be something to watch for. And obviously, Govero and McCormick out there going to add that physical presence with a little bit of offensive flair in Eamon Edgar.
I didn't realize I was going to need our little spotlight, but we make the best of it. And
we're only here how many times a year that you didn't realize the lights go off at this time?
Yeah, but we usually run the Rogers side, so we've got our spotlights, and the press box has its lights on. So I'm looking, I can see our spot.
It's right there.
Yeah, it's just over our shoulder. But yeah, we're getting ready for a puck drop here under 10 minutes away. So while we have a moment, let's go to our Coach's Corner presented by Mariposa School of Skating.
All right, we're doing things a little different. We're now at a home game with the Barrie Colts, talking with Dylan Smoskowitz. And Dylan, coming off a tough overtime loss down at the Odd in game number 2. How crucial is it here to turn things around here on home ice?
It's as crucial as any other game in the championship series. You never want to waste an opportunity, but I really think that the best fans in the world here at Sadlon tonight are going to help our guys power through it. They're going to provide a bunch of energy for us. Our players love to perform in front of our fans. I know the city's been buzzing, been very anxiously waiting for this game tonight, and we're excited to put on a show for them.
Now that game down in Kitchener, it was back and forth. You guys had the lead there a couple of times. Even though you guys were missing 2 guys from your top 6, it seemed like they were plugging along quite well.
Oh yeah, we have all the confidence in the world in our depth, and guys are stepping up at the spots that they haven't really been accustomed to playing this season, but have been doing an outstanding job of that. And again, you got to credit so much to Marty Williams, our GM, who identified these guys as big time performers, and then these key pieces who, again, probably on other teams throughout the regular season would be playing bigger roles, bigger minutes. Maybe on our team not so much, but now they are, and they're doing a hell of a job. So as a coach, I couldn't be more proud of our group.
So now you guys a little more familiar with this Kitchener team, and now you get final line change. How big is that going to be to take advantage here?
It's something. I haven't believed so wholeheartedly in line matching this season, but again, I credit that to the group. I don't have guys who I need to hide from anyone else. I don't have players who I don't think can handle certain situations. It makes my life pretty easy, and I think it just gives us some better flow on the bench to know that we're not so scared of anybody. We see somebody else go on the ice, and we got to have our certain guys on the ice. It's not like that. We have certain matchups that we want to avoid and certain matchups that we want to capitalize on. But at the end of the day, it's our best 5 against their best 5 every shift, and we have, again, a lot of confidence in our group tonight.
And quickly, Ben Horevic, he's made some outstanding saves in these playoffs, and it just seems like he's found another level for himself too in between the pipes.
He definitely has, and I think the big time players perform in big time moments. And if I'm a goalie scout, or if I'm anybody and I want to know, what is this guy's makeup, his mental capacity, how can he up his level? He's been good all year, but now it's a big moment. What does he do? And he provides us with his best hockey. For me, that checks so many boxes in terms of someone's mental toughness and willingness to step up and block out the noise in big time situations. Couldn't be more proud of Ben and expecting another big performance tonight.
So that was Barrie Colts head coach Dylan Smoskowitz with the Mariposa School of Skating Coach's Corner. Are you waving to the camera right now?
No, but the on-camera thing was going over there, and I don't know.
Well, because of our setup, we're leaving Josh in charge of the laptop.
Uh-oh.
I'm in charge of hitting the buttons to make sure that our microphones come on, and I control the volume. But it's a unique setup. We'll see if we can adjust it for game number 4. We're just thankful with the team and with the Ontario Hockey League that we can actually do the radio broadcast here from this vantage point. But we're just waiting for the players to come out onto the ice. And this is a Kitchener Rangers team. Perfect on home ice, now perfect 10-0. But on the road, that's where they've suffered their losses. Mind you, it's just 2, one against the Sioux Greyhounds and the other against the Windsor Spitfires.
Yeah, they've had a really strong run here in the postseason, and it's what good teams do. They go out and they're able to win games on the road, and both these teams have proved that throughout the regular season and into the playoffs. Barrie, the best road team in the regular season, and they carried it over by winning 3 games in Brantford.
Yeah, but still, for this Colts team, this is going to be a must-win, because in that Eastern Conference Final against the Brantford Bulldogs, Barrie just managed 1 win out of the 3 games. Mind you, it was the most important game, game number 6, to force that game 7. So for Barrie, they've got the crowd here. You want to get them into it, so getting that hot start could go a long way.
Now, it looks like the crowd's already getting into it. I think they're doing separate introductions for every player right now. But, yeah, like you mentioned, some slow starts in round number 3. Brantford came out, started controlling the pace of play, and it takes the crowd out of it. And for Barrie, an opportunity here, obviously, right off the bat to get a couple goals, try and get a really strong start.
Yes, they're just doing player introductions right now. This is something we didn't have down at the Odd for game number 1. They just wanted to get the game going. But here we have a little bit of an extra ceremony before we get game number 3 underway. The chat, I understand, is alive and well. Josh is also in charge of the chat because our main screen is not connecting. So I understand there's a lot of back and forth between Ranger and Colt fans.
Yeah, there's, let's see. Let's go Colts. Hello, Mike. Jason here from Kitchener.
Hello, Jason.
Go Rangers and go Marlies, too.
Go Marlies, all right.
Go Marlies. Expecting Colts to be beating Tattoos today.
Okay.
Sounds like fun. Pain for Rangers fans next year.
Is that Mike Fallis?
That is Mike Fallis.
All right.
I liked Richard bringing up the snacks in the penalty box. I unfortunately forgot about the snacks, but we did touch on Gabriel Eliasson's discipline and the player he tries to be. Pain for both teams next year. Joe Babin, I'm so glad you were able to get this broadcast in Barrie. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Let's go Colts. Kitchener needs to win this. And then hello to David Osborne.
Hello there, David Osborne. So the chat alive and well. We're just waiting for puck drop here at the Sadlin Arena, game number 3. And this almost feels like that pivotal game in a series. I know that the Colts are only down 2-0. But if you go down 3-0 against this Rangers team, that just means now you have to win at least 2 games at the Odd if you're going to advance to the 2026 Memorial Cup.
Yeah, how many people have won at the Odd this postseason? None. Only the Kitchener Rangers, so I guess 1. But anyways, yeah, someone said that it was Jason saying Kitchener needs to win this. Well, it's actually the opposite. The Barrie Colts are the ones that need to win this game because Kitchener, they'll be in full control if they can take this game. And obviously for Barrie, it just becomes, how much do these guys have left? And I think that's going to be the topic as this series goes on and we watch these games, because Kitchener started to take control in the third period, back-to-back games. You start to wonder, okay, is Barrie getting a bit too tired? They're running out of gas? The only thing that could benefit Barrie is, of course, as this series goes on, now Kitchener's played a couple games. Kitchener also played an overtime game. They also played a tough game, number 1. So as the series goes on, obviously Kitchener's going to wear down as well. But it's just about Barrie putting themselves in a situation by the point that Kitchener is getting tired that they are still in the series.
And what's also interesting, too, both teams are doing this. We're seeing them rotate the 3 lines. We don't necessarily see the 4th line of the Barrie Colts or the Kitchener Rangers. And you kind of wonder, with the 3 TV timeouts and their lengthy TV timeouts, if these coaches are taking advantage of that, both Dylan Smoskowitz and UCO Hokus, because with this extra time that you can rest those top guys, we're not really seeing those depth guys on the 4th line getting all that much action. Yeah, and of course, Kayshawn Aitchison has started about every shift after the TV timeout. Aitchison played 42 minutes the other night. That's the 3rd time he's played 40 minutes this postseason. Just an absolute unit on the back end for Barrie. But obviously, at some points as well, you want to take advantage of that. But also, you've got to watch some guys' minutes. Make sure they still have legs as we get later on in this series. Shout out to CYKF Zamboni, watching from Louisiana. Louisiana? Good to experience my Rangers from 1,600 miles away. That's very specific. That's wow. Wow. So that's why we're doing this broadcast, so everyone can tune in from wherever they may be. So Louisiana, that's an exciting one. So thank you very much for tuning into tonight's broadcast. So right now we're just waiting for them to wrap up the player intros for the Barrie Colts. The Kitchener Rangers also on the ice as they prepare for game number 3 of this OHL Final. So we'll take a break, but when we return, we will have the first period between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. So we're just about ready to go for the first period of play between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. Let's take a look at our starting goaltenders, presented by Craighurst Crossing, by Georgian Communities New Homes, minutes from North Barrie, where inspired living meets small town charm.
Well, first up for the Kitchener Rangers, Christian Kirsch back in net again. He's made every start of the postseason so far for Kitchener, going 14-2-0 with an .897 save percentage. Kirsch had a strong game in game number 2, stopping 30 of 33. For the Barrie Colts, Ben Hrebeck right back in net, 12-5-1 on the postseason with a .923 save percentage. Hrebeck was busy in game number 2, stopping 55 of 59.
Our referees tonight, Nicholas Betts and Damian Fajera, and on the lines, Dustin McCrank and Luke Pye. So we are just about ready to go for the first period. Almost a must-win situation here tonight for the Barrie Colts. They'll want to defend home ice. It is a packed building here in the Stadlin Arena, and with our unique broadcast perspective, we're kind of in the middle of the crowd.
Yeah, we're with them.
I was just going to say, there's a couple empty seats beside us right now, but I'm sure it's going to, fill up.
If they stay empty, we can take the towels.
Yeah, they do have some towels on their seats. Face-off won by the Rangers in Game 3 of the OHL Final underway. Kitchener is going to move this one through the neutral zone. Getting a stick on it was Wilmot as he took that one away from O'Reilly. Sam O'Reilly is going to send it back into his own zone. Woolley near side, Sherratt. Sherratt sends this one across. The Rangers move it ahead. Pass is deflected. Aitchison will come back for it in his own zone. Around his net, he had Edwards there on the forecheck. Rangers trying to send it to the point, taken by Barrie. That's Hemming. Hemming sends it ahead, but not able to hold on to that was Zabeski, and the Rangers will regroup deep in their own zone. Rangers right now making a change. Puck's in the neutral zone. Zabeski will find it, flips this one deep. Woolley, first one after it for the Rangers, turns it over, gave it to Zabeski. Zabeski trying to play it along the boards. He's tied up by Pridham. Jack Pridham trying to dig it free as the battle in the corner continues. That's sent ahead, picked off on Richter, and he fires that one wide. What a chance there for Parker Von Richter. Now the Rangers will move it up. Here's Humphreys on the wing. He'll send it deep, ends up behind the Barrie net. Hrebeck leaves it there, but there's Pridham. He's able to play it. Back to the blue line to Cameron Reed. Near side Campbell, he's going to send it around. Romano behind the net, that got by him. Kitchener trying to get the cycle going. Loose puck, Von Richter pounces on it, can't get it out. Romano's shot deflected. That's going to go wide. Campbell comes off the point to move it in front off of Romano. And the Colts move it ahead. Desiderio to Von Richter. Von Richter at center. That pass is blocked. Puck's loose. Desiderio trying to get it in the zone. Takes a hard hit as he was run over by Christian Humphreys. And then a Ranger player just ran over another Colt. Play continues. Rangers with the shot. That's going to go wide of the net. Puck sails back to the point. It's going to be collected by Carter Lowe, and he skates it ahead. Lowe finds Newton, but he can't hold on to it. Rangers take it back the other way. Far side, here is Ellis. His pass blocked, rolls to the net, poked away by Hrebeck. Newton comes up with it now for the Colts through center. Ellis trying to take him in the boards. That goes on nets. And Kirsch will cover it up as we get our first whistle. And getting a little extracurriculars here as Bilecki goes after Newton.
Well, it was the end of last game where the two teams got into it at center ice after the end of overtime, and Gabriel Eliasson gave a little tap to Christian Kirsch, which kind of set that off, and already a physical start here to this one. You got Desiderio getting run over twice, one of them away from the play, and then front of the net there with Kirsch. And for Barrie, obviously an opportunity here to get the crowd into it early with an early goal. You saw that atmosphere in Kitchener. It's a very electric atmosphere, and the Rangers took advantage, especially after scoring goals, and Barrie's looking to do the same here in Game 3.
Face-off will come to the right of Kirsch, won by the Colts. Trying to move this one around, but it's taken by the Rangers. Kitchener with possession. They get it down ice. Emerton was there for Barrie as Aitchison will send it in. Around the boards it goes, chasing after his Govro. As the fourth line getting some minutes here tonight for the Colts. Rangers, though, take it back the other way. On the far side, Elenis. Elenis takes the shot, stop, rebound, it went through Hrebeck, but stays out of the net. Govro gets this one out to center. McNeil trying to play it. Edgar kicks it into the Kitchener end. Bilecki will find it for Kitchener. Back behind the Rangers' net. Kitchener trying to regroup as the Rangers nearly open the scoring. Right now, shots 2-1 in favor of the Colts. Carter Lowe, backhand pass to Schneid. Can't keep that one. Rangers can't get to it. Carter Lowe picks the pocket of the Ranger player in front. Kirsch is hugging that post. Another chance. Newton denied. Puck goes to the corner. Von Richter with the big hit in the corner. Colts trying to move it around. Von Richter loses the handle of it. Rangers with possession. Sherratt's going to skate it out. Gabe Sherratt dumps this one in off the end boards. Hrevik trying to play the bounce. Von Richter being chased by Romano. Gets it out to center. Went off the linesman's skate. Colts still with it inside their blue line. Near to Hanser. Hanser passes this one up to Schneid. Up the middle. And Kirsch got a piece of it. Sends it to the corner. Rangers able to collect it. Andonovsky's pass taken away by Zabeski. Zabeski goes down as they battle in the corner. Newton can't keep it in the zone. Jade Newton will flip it right back behind the Kitchener net. Woolley will find it here for the Rangers. Passes this one ahead. Here's Andonovsky. Passing it across. Woolley enters the zone on the wing. Gets by Passmore. In the corner it goes. Aitchison trying to play it. There's a hit. That was Evan Passmore throwing his weight around. Colts with possession. Emil Hemming. He'll skate this one forward. Up the side. Tipped into the zone. Makes contact with a player on the bench. And we'll get a whistle with 16:05 still to go here in the first period.
A couple good chances there for both sides. It was the Rangers coming through the middle there. Hrevik made the initial save, but the puck kind of sneaking through, gave an opportunity to the Rangers, but it got through. And then that third line for Barrie again. Jaden Newton with a good look, kind of similar to his goal from the last time we were here at the Saddler Arena. That big Game 6 2-goal performance for Newton.
Well, we've mentioned in the broadcast before with Jaden Newton, it seems as though when he scores, it's the highlight material, and nearly got that one to go a moment ago. Shot still favoring Barrie 2-1 as Aitchison dumps it into the Kitchener end. Aitchison just dumped there. That was Alanis throwing his weight. Puck comes along the boards. Rangers get it out. Aitchison there to pick it up for the Colts. The Islanders prospect sends it ahead to Wilmot. Ben Wilmot trying to keep it away from Arquette. Loose puck. Rangers pick it up their own blue line. It goes off Arquette. He's hobbling to the bench. Not sure if it's an injury or equipment. We'll keep an eye on Arquette. Right now it's the Colts with possession. Back behind his own net is Keyshawn Aitchison. Aitchison will move this one forward slowly. Gets to his own blue line, trying to go up the middle. That pass blocked by O'Reilly. Sam O'Reilly trying to go for escape, but cutting him off was Cole Emerton. Hemming skates it in the zone, gives it up to Wilmot. Hemming takes the shot. Kirsch the save. Puck loose, but the Rangers pounce on it and get it back down the ice. Gabriel Eliasson sending this one over. Von Richter sends it deep. Goes off the end boards. Kirsch slows it down behind the net. Campbell up the wing. Rangers trying to get it out. Colts making a change. Got to be careful. They don't want too many men on the ice. Puck's bouncing. Crombie will flip it in. Back to collect it is Reed. Reed back behind his own net. Up ahead to Campbell. Campbell takes the hit, but he's still able to clear the zone. Eliasson to Von Richter. Eliasson back in his own end. Sends it ahead. Desiderio trying to get a stick on it. Picked off by Campbell. Campbell will go back behind his own net, being chased by Brad Gardner. His pass across. Pridham, he'll skate back into his own zone. We've been seeing this quite a bit from the Rangers, where they're just comfortable just skating it back into their own zone to regroup. As Pridham chases after the loose puck in the corner, sends this one around. Romano, he's taken into the board, still trying to play it. Romano in front, blocked by Von Richter. Von Richter is going to flip this one down the ice. McNeil is there to pick it up for Kitchener. Puts this one ahead. Colts trying to get it out. It's inside the blue line, flipped ahead to Eamon Edgar. Edgar gets around the defenseman. Nice move. Edgar's got Govro going to the net. Edgar toe drag, and his shot blocked by McNeil. What a move by Eamon Edgar. Now the Rangers come back the other way. They'll send it into the zone. Puck bouncing. That gets by Aitchison. Govro can't get a stick on it, but it leaves the zone. Galecki quickly to Lamb. Lamb sends this one deep into the Barrie end. As we're seeing more hits. Something we didn't see in the first two games. There were hits, but not as many as this. But that puck's going to go over the glass, and that's going to be a delay of game call. So the first power play will be the Kitchener Rangers as Keyshawn Aitchison's going to head off.
Oh, Govro getting into it now at the bench. Cooler heads will prevail, but for Aitchison there, not a lot of pressure on him, just trying to flip it up the boards and a bit too high, and it goes up and out of play, setting up Kitchener with a power play. And Barrie there, really nice move by Eamon Edgar getting down the ice. And tried the toe drag move, maybe should have just passed it off to Luke Govro. We saw Jack Pridham out there on the ice for Kitchener. He didn't have a shift in overtime the other night. Obviously, we don't know if that was performance or injury related, but he's back in tonight on the second line. They've moved Gabe Sherratt, who scored in game number 2, up. Sherratt was playing on that third line with Ellis and Elnas.
Well, it seems like every game the Rangers just adjusting it ever so slightly, game by game. And it's been paying off. As the Rangers getting ready to go on the first power play of the hockey game for the Rangers, the power play operating at 34.1%. And in game number 2, the Rangers, they were 1 for 3 on the man advantage. While the Barrie Colts penalty kill sitting at 73.5%. So we've seen some improvement when it comes to the penalty kill of the Barrie Colts, but it's going to be a big test early on as the Rangers are going to get a great opportunity.
Yeah, and Kitchener's penalty kill has been electric so far this postseason. They've shut down every team they've faced. None of Saginaw, the Sioux, Windsor, or Barrie, and all 4 of those teams, pretty solid groups, have been able to take advantage of their penalty kill. So if you're not going to be able to get power play goals against this group, you can't let them get power play goals of their own.
Now, from our vantage point, we can't really see the Kitchener Rangers bench, but I believe Arquette may still be on the bench, so that's good news for Ranger fans. As we wait for the red light to go out so we can get play back underway. Face-off will come to the left of Harevik. O'Reilly taking the draw against Jaden Newton. Newton will win this one to the corner. Von Richter quickly sends it around. Hemming's there, and he'll continue it down the ice. So it's a delay-a-game penalty against Kayshawn Aitchison. The Rangers pick it up in their own zone. It's Cameron Reed with that speed. Passes it over to O'Reilly, sends it back. Skating it forward is Edwards, back up to O'Reilly on the wing. O'Reilly to the net, his pass blocked by Eliasson. He's taken into the boards. 3 Rangers below the goal line. Eliasson finds it, and he'll get it out. Power play now down to 1.5 minutes here for the Kitchener Rangers. We're approaching the 7-minute mark of the first period. Still no score to report here in Game 3 of the OHL Final. Dylan Edwards skates through the neutral zone. His pass to the near side. Here's O'Reilly. O'Reilly, he'll drop it back to Humphreys. Humphreys to the line. Reed, one-timer, Pridham, and that's blocked by Von Richter. Puck goes to the corner. Pridham sends it around at the near point. Humphreys, he settles it down. His pass deflected off the stick of Lowe. Pridham chases after it. Back to Reed. Quickly to Humphreys on the near side. It bounced on him. Humphreys to the corner. Here's Dylan Edwards. Edwards pass deflected. Von Richter again gets the stick in the lane, and that'll escape the zone. So a good penalty kill early on here for the Barrie Colts. The penalty to Aitchison now down to 43 seconds. Both teams make changes. Lamb will come back to collect it for Kitchener. Tanner Lamb reaches his own blue line, drops this one back, skating it in. Romano over to Bilecki. That shot blocked by Passmore, rolls to the net. Hanser finds it, and he's going to send it back. Lamb there to collect it for Kitchener. Hemming gives chase. 17 seconds still to go in the power play. Tanner Lamb reaches the blue line at center. Decides to carry it in, but that's knocked away. Hanser with possession, and he'll casually send it out. It's going to roll on net. Kirsch there to play it. 3 seconds remaining. So the Barrie Colts successfully kill off the first power play of the game, and you can hear it. The fans coming to life. Woolley trying to skate that one in. In the way was Emerton. Puck's in the corner. That hits the side of the net. In front, Vermeulen will collect it. Vermeulen looking over his shoulder, trying to keep it away from Eliasson. Passing this one back. Adanovsky got a stick on it. Woolley fires. Blocked again. Colts collect it. Wilmot skates it out for Barrie. Off the boards. Crombie gives chase. He'll beat out the icing call. Puck goes behind the Kitchener net. Ben Wilmot with possession to Schneid. One-timer, and that one's blocked. Colts get it again. Emerton at the point. Down low to Wilmot. Ben Wilmot trying to go in front. That's taken away by Vermeulen. Woolley took down Crombie. Fans want a penalty. None coming. Puck's in the neutral zone. Kayshawn Aitchison will send it back in. Kirsch tried to play it. Wilmot first one on it for the Colts. Wilmot taken to the boards there by Adanovsky. Trying to dig that one free is Vermeulen. Colts can't get to it. Gets to the line. Rangers bat it out. Von Richter right back into the Kitchener zone. Rangers trying to make a change, as are the Barrie Colts. 10:25 left here in the first period. It's been a pretty good pace here between these two. There's Cameron Reed taking his time behind the net. Reed will pass this one forward. Rangers move it up. Edwards ahead to Sherratt. That's out of his reach. Finding it here is O'Reilly. O'Reilly hits the brakes, sends it back to the blue line. Campbell across, Reed fires, and that one blocked. And getting in the lane of that shot attempt was Eamon Edgar.
Good work by Edgar there, getting in front of that one. Strong start for him here tonight. For Barrie, that penalty kill gets off to a good start, not letting too many opportunities. Couple chances got to the net there, but good play by Hanser as well. Calm as can be, gets the puck on his stick, sends it flying back the other way, and Barrie able to get through the first power play of the game. They thought they could have had a call going back the other way. Woolley took down Crombie from behind at the net, but no call on that one.
Now we'll get the face-off back to the right of Hrebeck, won by the Colts. That was Gardner in the face-off dot. Zabeski, though, has to chase after it as Sherratt blocked the Von Richter pass. Hanser will get this one out to center. Rangers pick it off. Sherratt enters the zone, passing this one over, rolls away from Edwards, and Hrebeck, he'll cover this one up. Shots now favoring Barrie 3-2. As these two go back and forth, but a pretty good pace here overall.
Yeah, it's been tight. Obviously, you know, this game's so pivotal for both sides, and neither team probably wanting to give up that early goal. And Barrie, they've had a couple looks. Kitchener's responded with a couple looks of their own as well. Shots right now, as you mentioned, only 3-2, but there have been some opportunities as well. And Barrie, they want to be another one of those teams. You can't count them out. They were down 3-1 in the last series. They're down 2-0 now, and not a lot of panic in the group, but since 2010, only 2 teams have came back from down 2-0. That 2019 Guelph Storm team was down 2-0 to Ottawa, and then back in 2011, Owen Sound came back from down 2-0 against Mississauga. But if any group was going to do it, it seems like this Barrie Colts are one of those groups that you can't count out.
So what you're saying is there's a chance.
There is a chance.
Well, the series isn't over until you lose a game on home ice, basically. So for Barrie, they need to defend home ice, send this back to the odd for a game 5, and then see what happens. Game number 4 on Tuesday night. We will have that radio broadcast as well. So that's a 7 o'clock puck drop. So we'll have the live stream running at 6:45. But this is a Kitchener team that right now they know that they're in the driver's seat and trying to take the Saddle crowd out of it.
Yeah, and it's a Kitchener team that's taken a couple 3-0 series lead on Saginaw and then the Sioux as well. Windsor was able to take game 3 against them, but then pedaled to the metal. They came right back in Windsor for game number 4, and they took that game from them as well. This isn't a group that's scared to go out on the road. They're going to play their best effort, and it shouldn't look much different than the effort that they've brought game 1 and 2.
Now, we did talk about the fourth lines in the pre-show, and we've noticed the fourth line's getting some extra ice time here tonight, something that we didn't see much of in games 1 or 2.
No, we haven't seen them a lot, but tonight, a couple good shifts there, and Edgar giving you that offensive flair that Barrie kind of needs right now with a couple guys out, and then Goldrow and McCormick. It's been a physical start to this one, so getting those guys in the lineup, getting pretty physical, is exactly what Barrie's looking for. We saw after the penalty kill as well, grabbing Edgar a shift with Newton and Desterio.
Rangers win the face-off. Antonovsky to the net. That's blocked by Lowe. He's just going to flip this one down the ice. We're going to say it's deflected, so no icing. Woolley there to play it. Up ahead, Lowe returns it back into the Kitchener zone. Woolley sends it across. Sherratt loses it. Carter Lowe trying to send it in. It rolls towards the goal, but there's Jared Woolley. Woolley up the wing. Hanser keeps it at the point. That's going to go wide of the net. Edwards after the loose puck. That goes over the head of Von Richter, but chasing after here is Sherratt, but Hanser will beat him to the puck. Sherratt, though, pokes it to the corner. He'll send it around. Kitchener making a line change. Here's Justin Hanser. Hanser flips this one forward. Schneid tried to get a stick on it. Collecting it now is Cameron Reed. Reed sends this one over to Woolley. He'll just skate it back behind his own net. Under 9 minutes left here in the first period. Still no score as the puck comes around. Romano can't collect it. Hemming sends it to the line. Out goes Wilmot. Here's Zabeski. Zabeski across. Shot from Aitchison, and that goes behind the net. Rangers will fire this one down the ice. Puck's bouncing. Aitchison took a swing at it. Humphreys finds it. Up to Pridham, drops it back, and Romano had it taken away by Hemming. Colts put it off the glass and out to the neutral zone where Reed found it. Cameron Reed makes his move. Backhand pass off Zabeski. Rangers keep it in play. That goes off the skate of Wilmot and out to center. Reed once again showing that great skating ability of his. As that goes deep, Cole Emerton back to pick it up now for the Colts. Emerton's just going to set up as both teams are completing a line change. Emerton trying to see his options. He's got Alanis giving chase. Chase is Eliasson. Here's Desiderio, cross-ice feed. Quickly to Crombie. Crombie drops it back to Gardner, and that's going to go wide of the net. Puck's at the point, Eliasson. His shot's blocked. Rangers pick it up. Kitchener's going to send it out. Alanis puts it off the boards. Lamb has it go between his skates, and then Eliasson misses that hit. Puck's along the boards. Alanis back to the line, but Bilecki wasn't there in time. Bilecki's going to backtrack now, go ahead. Alanis will send it in the zone. Emerton picks it up here for Barrie, being chased by Ellis. Hayden Ellis trying to take it. Emerton gives himself some space, sends it to Eliasson. Eliasson up to Crombie. He lost the handle, picked off by Lamb. Lamb will put it right back into the Barrie end. Alanis trying to get a lane to the net, goes around the goal, tries the wraparound, stopped by Hrebeck. Kayshawn Aitchison puts it back behind his own net. Here's Cole Emerton. Emerton loses Edwards as he blew a tire. Emerton sends it up the wing. It goes off the skate of Schneid, trying to play it. Edwards digs it free and sends it back. Hrebeck back behind his own net. Leaves it for Kayshawn Aitchison. Aitchison will take his time here as they try and set things up. 6:48 left in the first period. Aitchison waiting. Now he'll move it up. Emerton cross ice to Carter Lowe. Lowe flips it towards the net. Kirsch gets under it and decides to play it, but instead gets the quick whistle, so we'll get a face-off.
Yeah, it looked like the whistle went there after he had already flipped the puck away, but Colts will take an offensive zone draw here. I don't really like all these people in my hosting set.
Get out. Well, they turned your hosting set into a standing section.
I know, I don't like it. It's supposed to be my spot.
Well, instead, they've got us above your spot.
I'll throw something at them.
Oh, leave them alone.
If anyone official's watching, that's a joke.
Well, it is a unique vantage point being here in the corner, but so far, so good.
I kind of like it.
It's not too bad. It's just the glass in the corner. We can't see too much, but no, this is good. Can't complain.
The Rangers bench looks weird.
Yeah, it's hard to see anyone on the Rangers bench. Colts moving ahead. Here's Schneid. He'll pass this one across. Newton carries it in. Jaden Newton on the far side, trying to keep it away from Woolley. Woolley takes him into the boards. Woolley can't get it by Newton as he stays on his skates, but we're getting a whistle. They're going to call a penalty for a high stick. And with the booing, this penalty is going against the Barrie Colts.
It looks like it's going against Carter Lowe. He's not too happy about it. I'll be honest, I didn't see it.
Well, I was watching the battle in the corner, so I'm not sure. We don't have access to replays here, so.
Usually, either, a lot of spots around the league show the TV feed on the thing. Barrie does it differently, and everyone does it differently, obviously, but we usually have Connor at least near us or a television near us. We got nothing here.
So it is a high stick against Carter Lowe. Kitchener already 0 for 1 on the power play as that one bounces over the net side of the goal. In front, backhand scores, Sam O'Reilly. The Kitchener Rangers quickly make good on this man advantage, and it's 1-0.
Well, Sam O'Reilly, really good player, and he's reminded people here this postseason, 16 goals now for him. Didn't take long for the Kitchener power play to strike here. Only 9 seconds. Just a chance out front, comes loose. Kitchener moving that puck around, shot from the point, and deflects around over to Pridham. His shot stopped by Hrebeck, and then it deflects into the net. And the Rangers strike first.
Well, right now, Dylan Smoskowitz is having a word with the official. He tell him just 1 minute, wait up. So they're looking at the tablet right now. So there's something that they're taking a look at. We may be getting a review. But time will tell as the coaching staff continuing to look at that tablet. And Dylan Smoskowitz, he's calling the referee back, so we may be getting a challenge here. So judging by the replay we saw at center ice, it was hard to tell if there was any goaltender interference. The puck never left the zone, so I don't think there'd be an offside because the faceoff was in the Barrie zone.
Yep. Unless when Reed was up on the line, he accidentally brought it out and then brought it back in.
Well, Smoskowitz is having a lengthy conversation with the referee. That is Damian Fajera.
Oh, here we got did it go up into the netting? Oh, high stick.
Oh, that's what they might be looking at. Yeah, because Dylan Edwards batted it out of the air because he put it over the net. So yeah, Fugera just indicated they're going to review it for a high stick.
So now obviously the question becomes who touched it next. Because if Barrie touches it, it gets negated. But as long as Kitchener touches it next, it should be coming back. That looked pretty high.
Well, because Dylan Edwards behind the net, he batted it, and then it was Sam O'Reilly parked in front. So Carter Lowe now has to make that skate back into the penalty box.
Well, you can tell Barrie's confident if they're already sending him back. Yeah, it's one of the newer challenges, the misplay stoppage. So if it's played with a high stick or if it's up in the netting and it leads to a goal, they're allowed to challenge it. I saw one earlier this year with Barrie, actually, because I noticed that a puck went up into the netting and they didn't notice it.
Yep.
And Barrie, the other team went back the other way. Barrie took a penalty, and then the team scored on the power play, so you can't review that.
Oh, wasn't that the game against Peterborough? It was a high stick that they reviewed after...
No, that was the one where Peterborough guy high stick passed more off the draw, and there was blood.
Right.
So they were allowed to review it, but the guy scored, and they still counted the goal.
Yeah, there was a couple of plays like that this year. It's the Ontario Hockey League making a few adjustments to the video review rules. But they are having a long look at this. The two referees on the tablet. They're now showing the replay again on the scoreboard. So it comes back to O'Reilly. Parevic made this, or no, that's not O'Reilly, that's Pridham. Pridham took the shot, and then O'Reilly on the rebound got to it.
So there's Edwards batting it. And then it deflects out front. So now the only question becomes, does Hemming touch this?
Oh, Hemming was reaching for it.
I wonder, though, if he missed that. We couldn't see because the player got in the way.
Yeah. Well, we got some fans in the box beside us. They were waving no goal, so maybe they've got the broadcast on in the boardroom here, but...
Well, some future reviewers, maybe.
There we go.
Maybe some future Colts.
But this is a long review. This is where it's nice to have Braden in the truck. He's always in my ear telling me how long the review is.
Maybe he's in the chat and he can tell us.
Has he come up yet in the chat?
I haven't seen him in the chat.
Okay.
It's weird, though, because we don't have our usual bunch because they're all in the crowd.
A lot of them are here.
They're all in the crowd. It's all Ranger fans, I think.
Well, shout out to Liam, who usually tunes into the radio broadcast. He actually sent us a picture from across the stands of us in our spot.
That's a good picture. He got all of us in it.
Yeah, he got all three of us in the shot. And they're going to wave it off. No goal. So they're going to rule that was touched by a high stick. So Sam O'Reilly's goal is disallowed. So it remains scoreless here, and the power play will resume for the Kitchener Rangers.
This Barrie crowd pretty happy about that, obviously. And yeah, it just was a question of, okay, it was definitely a high stick. I think the review obviously had to come down to maybe time as well, but as well, did Hemming touch that puck? And they deem he didn't.
So the Barrie Colts dodge a bullet here in the first period. 6:04 to still to play. Power play down to 1:48 with Carter Lowe in the box. So the Rangers have it back in their own zone. Here's Cameron Reed. O'Reilly sends this one back to Edwards. He'll speed through center. Edwards into the attacking zone, but that was deflected, so it's offside. And they'll bring this face-off outside the Barrie blue line.
Obviously there as well now for Kitchener. They had only played 9 seconds, but this top unit gets to reset. Same with the Barrie penalty kill, and everyone's all fresh again. So Kitchener's guys should be good to go the entire 2 minutes if necessary, unless they can get a goal here beforehand.
So face-off outside the blue line, O'Reilly versus Gardner. Sam O'Reilly, the Red Tilson Award winner. He'll be tossed out. So in steps Dylan Edwards. O'Reilly and Aitchison exchanging stick taps. And now they're going to toss out Gardner because of Aitchison. And the linesman separating their sticks.
Your stick goes here, your stick goes there, and we're right back together.
Now we got referee Bet. He's in there.
Careful, you might take a high stick.
Face-off won by the Colts. Von Richter, rather, sends it down ice on to Kirsch. He'll just leave it there for Reed. Cameron Reed decides to move it up quickly. He's got that speed. Gets away from Zabeski. Reed drops this one back all the way to Christian Humphreys. Humphreys makes the move into the attacking zone, drops it over to O'Reilly. Back to Reed at the point. Cameron Reed. He'll circle back to the blue line, sets up O'Reilly. O'Reilly towards the net, drops this one back. Reed across to Pridham. Pridham takes the shot stop, rebound. After it is O'Reilly. It goes through the blue paint to the near side. Humphreys doesn't take the shot. From the half boards, he'll drop this one back to Reed. Humphreys again. 54 seconds left in the power play. Reed across Pridham, one-timer, stopped in front, and the Colts get it down the ice. 45 seconds left in the penalty to Carter Lowe as Bilecki will come back to play it. Bilecki behind his own net. He'll move this one forward. Bilecki reaches center, drops this one back. Dylan Edwards with possession. Edwards passes it to the near side. O'Reilly along the boards, keeps it away from Hemming, gives it to Romano. Back to the point, but getting a stick on it was Hemming. That's going to go down the ice. Bilecki there to collect it for Kitchener. 17 seconds remaining in the power play. Bilecki gets to his own blue line. Reaches center. He's just going to skate it in himself. Bilecki hits the break, sends us back. Sherratt back to Lamb. Lamb nearly lost it, but he recovers. Goes along the boards, knocked down by Hemming. Hemming will take it away as out of the box is Carter Lowe. Hemming was trying to get it down the ice, but that was blocked by Sherratt. Sherratt gets to the corner. Edwards takes a hard hit from Eliasson. Colts move it forward. Here's Wilmot. Gives it to Hemming. Hemming at center. He'll just flip this one down into the near corner. Rangers get it back behind their own net. Lamb. He'll come out. Good news for Kitchener fans. Arquette back on the ice. So he seems to be good to go after taking a hit earlier this period. Rangers move it up. Lamb to the net. Trying the wrap around, and Hrebeck gets across in time. As he gets that right pad on it, Lamb thinks it was in. He was celebrating as if that wraparound was a success, but Hrebeck able to slide across to shut the door, and we remain scoreless with 3:36 left in the first period.
Well, that's the old, if it's close, just celebrate. Maybe you'll get a call because they won't have an angle, but another good penalty kill there by Barrie. A couple of good opportunities for Kitchener. Hrebeck able to make the saves. A couple nice clears by Zaveski. That third line's getting a good run here tonight so far. They came on after a couple of the TV timeouts, and then here as well, they're the first unit out there for the Colts after the power play.
Well, we were wondering if maybe, because we saw that Desiderio got moved up to that second line late in game number 2, and it seemed as though Dylan Smoskowitz just really didn't want to break up that third line for Barrie. Lowe, Newton, and Schneid. They've had such great chemistry this season and in the postseason, so why not keep those three together?
Well, these three, I mean, we talked about the other night in overtime how tired some of those guys look. Those three didn't look tired. They looked fine. They looked like they could have gone for a couple more overtimes, but so maybe it comes down to that as well. Maybe that's Dylan Smoskowitz's most rested trio, and they're doing a good job. So if they're creating opportunities, you might as well give them shifts, and they've had some good chances already tonight. So it looks like we might be getting a review to see if that puck did cross the line.
Yeah, they just brought out the tablet, so they're going to just make sure that it did not cross the line. Tanner Lamb in that wraparound attempt. As Cameron Reed and Kayshawn Aitchison, the two captains, standing in the timekeeper's area, and they're now going to have words as they skate off to their benches. But 2 reviews in the first period. What is this?
I know, it's your favorite thing.
And again, no Braden to time this review. Although they're taking advantage because it is technically the TV timeout. So while they're doing their commercial break nationally, you can take the chance, make sure you get it right.
Yeah, and it doesn't technically take away because that red light's still on, and it's a longer TV timeout. So obviously these just kind of come down to, do you have a camera angle that can find evidence? And we've seen that before in the Edmonton-Anaheim series, for example. That one overtime goal, that one basically just came down to the call on the ice because there was no actual evidence that the puck did cross the line there.
Well, from our broadcast vantage point, we're actually behind the net for Ben Hrebeck. Yeah, I was just going to say, Lamb had the time doing the wraparound, but Hrebeck got across there, and we never saw the puck behind his right leg. Although, if you have the overhead, there is that off possibility that maybe when that puck came around, Hrebek's pad was inside the net.
But if it's under the pad, they got to prove that it's actually there.
Exactly.
About 95 people watching.
That's fantastic. And the chat looks like it's been active.
It has. I'm not going to say that one. Kitchener's going to go all the way and win the cup and bring it home. Need the cup home, 2008. Good call. If they took that long to review it, they needed to be sure. And then someone that had said earlier, hoping for more from Edwards tonight, has said, make good, Edwards.
Well, I've noticed that in the chat throughout this series. There is a couple of fans that really like Dylan Edwards. And when we saw the Erie Otters here early in the season, when we were down in Erie, Edwards was always a guy that stood out. And now they just gave the call, so no goal. So it was stopped by Ben Hrebek, and will be able to continue play here. But Edwards is a guy that has stood out with just his speed and creativity.
Yeah, and he's been put with a couple of new players now, obviously, with that trade from Erie, and that kind of created some chaos in Kitchener when Matthew Andonovski returned, and they had 4 of the overagers. Jakub Kromiak ended up being the guy sent out to Niagara.
Down to 3:36 remaining in this first period. Shots favoring Kitchener 6-5. Rangers win the draw at the point. Campbell, he'll send it around. Sherratt behind the Barrie net, puts it in front, taken away by Aitchison. Low. He's going to put this down the ice, but it hits a player on the Rangers bench, and they will send this one back.
Shout out to E.B. Osborne and Jacob Sanchez. Great play-by-play guys, and hey, commentators, loving the play-by-play. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate that. It's kind of nice doing the radio broadcast here in Barrie, something that we haven't done since the preseason.
Jacob is hoping for a Kitchener win today so he can make the trip to Barrie on Tuesday to see the Rangers win the cup.
Well, hopefully he makes the trip either way.
Yeah. Well, I think he's making it anyway because tickets are already sold out.
This
so hopefully
is true.
you already bought your tickets, Jacob.
This is true. There's a shot from the point. Hits the crowd in front of Hrebek. Carter Lowe will move this one forward at the blue line. Schneid trying to get a stick on it. Takes the bump. Rangers move it forward. There's Edwards. Up to Sherratt. Sherratt shot on goal, but stopped by Hrebek. And then Edwards just took a shot up high from Kayshawn Aitchison, who is trying to keep the Rangers forward away from the Barrie net. And we'll get another face-off in the Barrie zone.
Well, we know Kayshawn Aitchison's game. He's going to be physical. And another example of that there, if you get close to the goalie, you're going to be sent out the other way. And pretty even start so far through the first 17 minutes. Kitchener's got the shot edge right now, 7-5, but both teams have had a couple looks here despite the limited amount of shots.
Gardner steps in to take the draw against Luca Romano. Getting some last-second instructions before they drop the puck. Face-off won by Barrie. Aitchison sends it up the wing. Desiderio passes this one forward. Woolley had that one bounce over his stick. Rangers send it back into the Barrie zone. It's at center ice, collected by the Colts. Backhand by Crombie. Chasing after it's Desiderio, but Kirsch gets to it first. Crombie trying to send it back to the point. Here's Eliasson. Eliasson fires, but that one's blocked by Woolley. Puck comes back to the Colts line. Von Richter up to Eliasson. Backhand pass blocked by Humphries. Humphries trying to get to it. He goes down. Gardner on the far side. He'll send it forward. Desiderio trying to get a stick on it. Rolls into the Kitchener zone. Rangers with it. Andonovski up ahead to Edwards. Edwards, or Romano rather. He'll hit the brakes, takes the hit. Colts respond. Here comes Calvin Crombie. He'll flip this one towards the net. Campbell to the near corner. Campbell sends it around. Reed with possession. He's got some space. He's going to go for a skate. He goes down. Rangers want a penalty. None coming. Von Richter in front of his own net. Spins around. His pass nearly picked off. Bounces back into the Kitchener zone. Campbell will be the first one on it. Wilmot trying to take him into the boards. Reed gets the loose puck. Reed had his pocket picked there by Zabeski. Zabeski then lost it to Reed. They just go back and forth. Colts trying to move it around at the point. Emerton doesn't take the shot. Now he will. And that's going to go wide of the net. Sails back to the blue line. Colts keep it in. In the corner is Reed. Quickly across to Campbell. Campbell passes one up to Elenis. Luke Elenis gets this one out and down the ice. Emerton gets in front of that inside his own zone. Colts move it forward. Here's Hemming. Drops it back to Wilmot. Wilmot to the nets, and that one blocked. That was Woolley getting a stick on it. Kitchener gets it out. Lamb at center, flips this one into the Barrie zone. With speed as Edwards beat Wilmot to the puck. Edwards around the net, passes it back, shot, scores! What a pass and what a shot by Sam O'Reilly. And now the Kitchener Rangers have a 1-0 advantage.
Well, O'Reilly had gotten the goal that didn't count because of the high stick. And it was Dylan Edwards with the high stick. But he's the one here with the nice pass as he comes around the net. Looking like he might do a wraparound, but puck goes down to the corner and Colts try and play it around. Edwards gets to it. O'Reilly's coming through the middle. No one picks him up. He's able to go blocker side on Ben Hrebeck.
I don't think Ben Wilmot realized he had Dylan Edwards coming up behind him so fast. As Edwards won the race to the puck, sets up O'Reilly for his 16th of the playoffs. So that's 16 goals in 17 games, just remarkable. So the Rangers are up 1-0. We're in the final minute of this first period. Colts looking to respond. Puck's down low. Carter Lowe sends this one around. Rangers get on it. Pridham, or Sherratt rather, sends that one across. Edwards again. Long pass to O'Reilly. O'Reilly trying to catch up to it. Ends up in the corner. Hanser keeps it away from Sherratt. O'Reilly's there. Justin Hanser with possession. Knocked away by Edwards. O'Reilly sends it back behind the Barrie net. Sherratt picks it up for the Rangers. Takes the hit. Schneid trying to dig this one free. Puck's in the corner. Humphreys pounces on it. Back to the line. Here's Andonovski on the near point. Takes the shot. Stopped by Hrebeck. That one goes to the far boards. Woolley comes off the point to play it. Von Richter takes it for Barrie, and he'll move it up. Parker Von Richter through center. Takes the hit there from Romano. Loose puck picked up by the Colts. Von Richter into the attacking zone. Across to Desiderio. It's out of his reach. Desiderios shot blocked in front. Getting in the way there was McNeil. Puck's in the corner, 1 second on the clock, and that will do it for the opening 20 minutes as the Kitchener Rangers had one goal disallowed and then got one late from Sam O'Reilly. Now we get some pushing and shoving after the buzzer. Looks like that might be Jared Woolley in the middle of it with Evan Passmore. I don't think we'll get any penalties out of this, but Woolley continuing to have words for a couple of the Barrie Colt players.
We've seen Woolley likes to play that physical side on Barrie so far this series. He took that unsportsmanlike call at the end of the second period the other night at the Odd, and that kind of started there with Andonovski tying up Desiderio to end the period. Took a couple extra shots, and obviously we talked about it on. Day is it?
Today's Sunday.
Friday. We talked about it on Friday, how this rivalry slowly but surely starting to heat up.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining game so far, and at the end, of course, seeing both Reed and Aitchison having words with the officials, trying to figure things out. And I'm sure for the Barrie Colts, no power plays as of yet. 2 for the Kitchener Rangers. So you almost wonder, we saw this in game number 1, because remember, Kitchener had no power plays in that hockey game, and the Rangers were kind of getting a little restless, wondering why they weren't getting power plays. Now you're wondering if it's the Colts who are starting to feel like that after just one period of play.
Yeah, obviously, kind of feels like only one penalty called by the officials in that period is the low-high stick, because the Aitchison delay in game. I mean, they have to call that, obviously. And for Kitchener that period, I thought they were pretty disciplined. There wasn't really anything too close that really should have been a penalty. I think Desiderio may have got hit away from the play that could have been called, but outside of that, it's a pretty disciplined Kitchener Rangers team, and they're doing a good job. But Keishon Aitchison probably going over just to remind the officials, hey, there is 2 teams out here, and we hope to get some calls.
So after 20 minutes of play, the Kitchener Rangers do have that 1-0 lead. Sam O'Reilly, his 16th of the season. And for the Barrie Colts, we talk a lot about Keishon Aitchison and the amount of minutes that he's been crunching in this series, but another defenseman who's kind of stood out, Gabriel Eliasson. And I know a lot of people, when they see Eliasson, they're like, okay, he's just going to take another penalty. He's going to cause more problems for the Barrie Colts. But in that Eastern Conference Final against Brantford, and so far in this series, he's stayed out of the box for the most part.
Yeah, he's done a pretty good job. He only had, I think, 6 penalty minutes in the second or the third round of the OHL playoffs, and then here so far he takes a penalty in game number 2 early in the game. But overall, he's been a pretty good physical presence, and he hasn't drawn that drawing those calls, and he's going to talk about it here in this interview. He says, I want to get as close to taking a penalty as I can without taking a penalty. I just got to know where the line is.
Yeah, he's definitely that shutdown type of defenseman that I'm sure Ottawa Senator fans excited to see with that potential from Eliasson. Just 1 point in 19 playoff games so far. And here's Josh's conversation pregame with Barrie Colts defenseman Gabriel Eliasson.
Joined by Colts defenseman Gabriel Eliasson. Gabriel, obviously, down 2-0, not the spot you want to be in, but as the saying goes, you're not out of it till you lose a home game.
Yeah, of course. Like we haven't even played at home yet. We have two games here, and if we win these, it's a tight series again.
And obviously, losing those games at the odd, they were pretty tight games, and in an environment like that, there's got to be something to take out of that, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, last game we could have just one bounce away, and we could have won that. Emil Hemming got a trip there in the end, so could have been a penalty on that one too. So yeah, we could have won that game, and then it would be 1-1. But I don't think that matters at all. We have 2 games here to focus on now, and just play our game. We can win the game.
And obviously for you guys, I mean, that win-the-day attitude from Dylan Smoskowitz going into yesterday, got a win yesterday coming into today. How are you guys feeling coming into today?
Oh, feel great. The whole team, we, between every game, between every day, we talk about what we can do better for next game and what we did good the game before. So we have talked about that, and we see some changes we need to do, and that's what we got to show up to today.
You guys have been playing a lot of hockey as of late, especially coming off an overtime game. Was yesterday and today more about video than getting on ice reps?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is about, and all about recovery yesterday, staying hydrated and doing some cold tub and hot tubs and stuff like that to get the body fresh again.
You've been playing with Cole Emerton the entire second half. What can you say about the way you guys have worked together as a duo?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, it's a good two-way pair. He's more of a puck carrier and more in the offensive zone, and I can take more responsibility in the D zone and the physical plays. I think it's a really good D pair, actually, two-way.
And with the way Dylan Smoskowitz plays as defenseman, it feels like you guys are switching back and forth. Feels like you got to be ready to play with basically anyone on this defensing team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's what we do in practice too. We switch it up sometimes and be comfortable to play with each other. And I mean, it's just out there and play hockey. We know each other so well off the ice, so it's good for the chemistry too.
Throughout the year, you've talked a lot about your discipline, how you feel you've taken strides with your discipline. Not a lot of penalty minutes for you this postseason. Does it feel like it's really coming all together for you on that side of things?
Yeah, I don't want to be a player that costs the team too much in an important game, so I try to think about that as much as possible. And I still want to play close to that level. I want to be on the edge to get a penalty but not getting one. So I still want to be really hard to play against, but take away all those unnecessary penalties. And
for you signed your entry-level contract just before the playoffs. How great of a moment was that for you?
That was good. Nothing I care about that much anymore. It's just a big accomplishment for everything you work hard for, and I had a great year. So, but now I don't think about that. I just want to win here.
And going back to over a year ago, coming over from Sweden, what was that decision like? Obviously, it's got to be pretty tough to leave home to come across here to Canada.
Yeah, but even like 2 years before the draft, I knew that I want to play North American hockey. This hockey fits me way better than it does back in Europe. So it was a pretty easy step for me to go over here. I live by myself in Sweden too, so that was not tough to leave the family on that point either. So I think I've grown as a person over those years, and also as a player when I moved to Canada.
So it's the first intermission between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers in Game 3 of this best-of-7 series for the OHL Final. Sam O'Reilly right now the lone goal scorer in this hockey game, and it's been a pretty close period between these two teams going back and forth. However, Kitchener having those 2 power plays, and that second time around looked pretty lethal.
Yeah, they got close that second time, a couple of opportunities there, and obviously that 1 goal disallowed, and then they come right back, even strength with that big goal from Sam O'Reilly. But this is the type of style the Kitchener Rangers like to play. We saw it a lot in the conference finals against Windsor. There's a lot of teams out there that say, okay, we'll give you guys 40 shots, but we're going to take 40 shots of our own. Kitchener Rangers, they like saying, okay, you guys can have 20 shots, we'll have 25, and we'll trust that our star players are going to be able to get the job done on those 25 shots, and they really have a good attention to detail defensively as well. And these two teams, they're both really strong defensively, and that's why I think Barrie's not out of it. A lot of talk about, okay, the depth, the offense, they're running out of this and that, but they're a really strong defensive team, and that's what Dylan Smoskowitz has been preaching all year. So if they play that defensive style, I do think they're still in it, but obviously you got to get some opportunities, and 5 shots just isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we haven't seen a whole lot of shots in this game so far. Shots right now favoring Kitchener 8-5. Now, the great thing about doing the broadcast the way we do here on YouTube, we have the fan chat up and running. So if you want to take part in the conversation, or it's been kind of fun hearing where people are listening from. We've had Louisiana earlier in the first period. So if you want to join the conversation, you can take part in the chat. Now, looking at some of the conversation here, we've got, let's see, Lil Christie says, what an interesting vantage point for you guys tonight. It is a little different here. We're right in the crowd. We actually had a couple people come up to say hi, and it's a good vantage point. It's not center ice, but you know what? We're still able to bring you the broadcast.
Yeah, it's the same but different at the same time because, you know, we get to see the fans. Obviously, the Sadlin Arena is one of those press boxes. It's pretty tight with the fans, which obviously is the home broadcast we're okay with. There may be some people from the road broadcast that aren't too big of fans of that, just in case. But, yeah, this is a decent spot. Obviously, you know, TSN gets our spot, and then there's a spot for away radio. Then there's never been home radio, so obviously there isn't just a spot that's sitting there waiting for radio to go pick it up. But we may do, and we've got this little wire with us, but it hasn't gotten in the way yet. And
well, they usually have the smoke machine here, so I was curious, would they still use it while we're up here?
Could you imagine?
That would add a whole other element.
Well, it would have been like someone just right behind. Oh, coming through.
Yep, there it goes. Also want to say for Peggy Barnard, she's listening from Big Bay.
There's Big Bay. Like Big Bay Point?
Maybe Big Bay Point.
Maybe Big Bay Point.
Hello to Peggy. We've got Haru saying, keep up the great commentary. So thank you very much for that, Haru. Joe Babin, lots of time yet. O'Reilly is on fire, and he's someone that I felt was a little quiet in game number 1 of this series, but he's slowly been picking it up. And, you know, it's Sam O'Reilly winning that Red Tilson, and there's a reason for it. Yeah,
and he's one of those guys as well that he's so good on both sides that, like we talked about a lot with Cole Baudouin, even in that game number 1, when you're not really noticing how good he's been, he still helps out. There's guys around the league that are so known for their offense that sometimes they cost you defensively, and you're not going to be on your best offensive game every single night. So when you're able to contribute on that back end, be strong defensively as a forward like Sam O'Reilly is, that's going to be really good for him. And we saw that at the World Juniors. There was a lot of conversation. He got off to a bit of a slow start in London this year. Should Sam O'Reilly have been even on that team? And he kind of proved it right away game number 1. He was one of their better forwards just strictly off the way he played defensively, and that offense has really picked up since coming to Kitchener.
Now we've got CY K-Off Zamboni saying that Flow Hockey, I guess, is having some difficulties, but it's hard to find TSN in the Deep South. But we appreciate you tuning into the broadcast, and I know there's quite a few that actually are syncing up our audio with the video, so it's pretty handy with what people are able to do. Let's see.
I guess you can't really find TSN in Louisiana, can you?
Yeah, I guess if you're in the deep South, you're probably not getting all the different TSN channels. We've got Marissa saying, let's go Rangers. I feel like Marissa is one that is always saying, let's go Rangers on anything that's OHL related. But we're glad she's tuning in.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rangers fans in the chat. Obviously, with it being a home game, a lot of our Colts fans are here. So it's a lot of Kitchener fans in the chat, which is obviously great. I mean, we want everyone to come here and be able to watch. And that's one of the reasons we did this, was so everyone had a place to watch it. And, it's great to see Ranger fans in there as well, because it creates that banter back and forth when there's Colt fans in, especially at the Odd when all the Colts fans are at home.
Exactly. So going through the chat, we've got Martin saying Kootenay Scouting. Not sure what that means. Unless he's from Kootenay.
Kootenay.
He's from Kootenay, so out west.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with. So Martin from Kootenay. We also have Charney Shub 92 listening here in Saginaw.
Oh, okay.
So we've got Saginaw fans too. So
Go Spirit.
there we go. And I know Dave Drinkle, he's got a history with the Barrie Colts, previous assistant GM with the team. We actually had a good chat with him when we were down at the Dow.
We did. We had a good. That was our first live interview, and it went over pretty good. And obviously, Barrie and Saginaw the last couple of years have had some trading history. Bodie Stewart's gone back and forth, and some other deals. Obviously, the big one a long time ago, the Ryan Suzuki deal.
That's true. And actually, CYKF Zamboni says, nope, hard to find hockey down here, period. Fortunately, we have a minor league team here. At least it's something. We're so used to just, there's a rink in every community, and most have more than one rink, so that would be hard just to get something. So thank you for tuning in from Louisiana to get your hockey fix.
Yeah, you can just keep going on YouTube, because we're always here.
Exactly. Richard saying, I tried for tickets but waited long and sold out. My son managed to get there, though. Says he can see you. So hello to Richard's son, wherever he may be here in the building.
Hello.
So it's like you said, a lot of people who take part in our chat are actually here in the building here tonight. But we are about 3 minutes away from the start of the second period between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. For Barrie, you've been in this position before, being down a goal to this Rangers team, and they've always found a way to get back into it. But it's going to be harder here, because this is a Rangers team that's got some momentum after winning the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, and in game number 1, outside of in that third period, Barrie, they just kept fighting back, and we saw it in game number 2. It was more Kitchener that just kept fighting back, kept keeping it close, not allowing Barrie to pull away. And so Barrie here, obviously, you can't let Kitchener pull away with that 2-0 lead. You're going to want to come out, put your best foot forward here in this second period, try and get that first goal, get the crowd rocking, and then from there, you want to get that next goal. Don't let Kitchener keep taking the lead, because that's what happened in game number 1. They kept getting the lead back, and eventually, you can't win if you keep trailing, and eventually that's going to catch up to you, especially against a team like Kitchener that's done a really good job at shutting this Colts team down, and every team so far this postseason.
Now the teams are back on the ice getting ready for the second period of play here in Game 3 of this OHL Final. And for the Barrie Colts, we've seen them rotate the lines quite a bit here, as Dylan Smoskowitz getting everybody involved. In Game 2, he really shortened the bench. 3 lines were playing on a regular basis once we got into that third and overtime period. But you have to wonder how long until he starts to shorten that bench again to try and swing the momentum in this hockey game.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure they'll go all the way down to 3 lines this time around. I wonder if maybe, with how tired some of the guys got in overtime there, if maybe they go and, it is 3 lines, but then you're getting McCormick a shift. You're getting Edgar a shift on that second line with Gardner and Crombie, and you kind of use that as an interchangeable line to keep getting some more fresher bodies out there on the ice. And for Barrie, obviously, they want to generate more offense, so some other guys are going to have to step up here throughout this second period and going into the third. And obviously, with it being the second period, you don't expect them to shorten the bench this early, so this is kind of that period for that fourth line of Edgar, McCormick, and Govro to show Dylan Smoskowitz, hey, we can go out there, we're going to put our best foot forward, we're not going to cost the team at all, so keep putting us out there.
Exactly. So the 2 teams out on the ice getting ready to start this period already. Dylan Smoskowitz having some words with the officials before we get the second underway. But it's just that intensity starting to build, because the pressure really is on the Barrie Colts coming into tonight's game. Is you want to protect home ice advantage in this series. If you can get a win here in game number 3, then the pressure starts to shift a little bit when you go into game number 4. So this is a pivotal game in this series.
Yeah, and you kind of get your confidence back as well. You kind of just remember, you know what, we're just as good as these guys. Obviously, I think Barrie's proven that in the first 2 games of this series, that they're right there with the Kitchener Rangers. But if you keep losing games, you start to lose confidence. But this Barrie Colts group, they've talked a lot about not panicking, and again, they can't do it here tonight. But obviously need to create some more chances here in the second.
So they're ready to take the draw, as O'Reilly will take the face-off against Wilmot, and we are underway. Face-off won by the Rangers. Woolley's going to take it back behind his own net, leaves it for Andonovski. Quickly ahead to Edwards. Edwards forced to peel back by Hemming, putting the pressure on. Woolley on the far side, gets it out to center. That's going to roll into the Barrie zone. Passmore chases after it. He'll send this one around. Colts with it. Hemming up ahead. Nice pass to Zabeski. Zabeski trying to carry it in. He's trying to go through Andonovski, and then he's taken down. Andonovski lost his helmet in the process, and we're going to get a penalty out of this. It's going to be for interference. So Matthew Andonovski takes down Zabeski, and he'll be heading off for 2 or less.
Well, that's the start of the period Barrie was looking for. 29 seconds in, going to the power play. Good work by Zabeski, knocking that puck down low. Getting that opportunity now for Barrie here to get out the power play unit. Dylan Smoskowitz switching things up. Brad Gardner, maybe it's just for the face-off, but he's joining this top group here with Wilmot, Hemming, Von Richter, and Aitchison.
And this Barrie Colts power play brought to you by Frontline Hockey Apparel. You can find them at frontlinehockeyapparel.com. Barrie Colts power play this playoff operating at 35.4%, while Kitchener's penalty kill 89.5%. And the Rangers right away get it back into the Barrie zone. So Von Richter comes back to set things up. Parker Von Richter moves it forward, gets to his blue line, drops it back to Hemming. Hemming through center, passes this forward to Aitchison. He'll send it off the glass. Doesn't go too far. Reed was in the way. At the point, Von Richter. Across to Gardner. Brad Gardner along the boards, goes to Hemming. Hemming skates this one back to the point. Over to Aitchison. Kayshawn Aitchison back to Von Richter, and that's fired wide. Hemming sends it back to the blue line. Von Richter, Aitchison, one-timer! Stopped by Kirsch. Aitchison with it. Sent back to the blue line. One-timer, Hemming, but he didn't get all that. Ends up in the corner, and Campbell will just send it back down the ice. Power play down to 1:10 here for the Barrie Colts. Wilmot, he'll leave it there for Von Richter. Up ahead, here's Brad Gardner. Gardner sends this one into the zone. Wilmot chasing after it. Trying to go behind the net. Blocked there by McNeil. Campbell finds it, and he'll clear it down the ice. Horebic out of his net. He'll leave it in the corner. 49 seconds left in the penalty to Andonovski. As the Colts regroup, Parker Von Richter drops it back, collected by Calvin Crombie. Crombie across to Lowe towards the net, blocked by McNeil. Puck's in the corner. Crombie sends this one back to Aitchison. Aitchison on his backhand, drops it back, one-timer, stopped by Kirsch. Hemming gets it on the far side, trying to send it back. Crombie to Von Richter, back to Hemming. Hemming across, that pass deflected. Rangers trying to get it out, taken by Crombie, but ends up on the skate of Sherratt. He'll move it up. Here's Woolley shorthanded. Jared Woolley to the net, takes the shot off the crossbar. Another chance, and Horebic dives across. The Rangers putting on more pressure shorthanded, but my oh my, iron for Woolley, and I believe it was Sherratt who was robbed by a diving Ben Horebic. So the power play has expired, so Barrie now 0 for 1 on the man advantage. As it was Kitchener shorthanded there at the end, getting 2 glorious chances to extend it. Colts move it up, Von Richter up to Carter Lowe. Carter Lowe gives it to Newton. Newton across, bumped there by Humphreys. Humphreys will send it forward. Romano couldn't get there. Newton sends it back to his defense. Colts trying to regroup, send into the zone. Picking it up here is Campbell. He'll just send it around, takes the hit. Puck's in the corner. Humphreys trying to go back to Campbell. He will. Campbell trying to keep it away from Jaden Newton. Those two battle behind the Kitchener net. Reed comes out with it. Cameron Reed up the wing. That's center. Romano finds Pridham. That shot deflected wide to the net. Humphreys on the far side. He'll come back to the blue line for Kitchener. Spins it around, fires on net, and Horebic able to make the save as now Eliasson mixing it up with one of the Rangers in front of the net. But my, oh my, Kitchener came so close to extending the lead.
Yeah, good start to the power play for Barrie. They were getting some one-timers off, getting Kirsch moving around there in his net, but now here for Kitchener there, they knocked the puck back the other way. We saw them, they had 2 great chances shorthanded Friday night in game number 2, and then here in game number 3, 3-on-2 opportunity there. Woolley hits the post, and then Horebic just trying to recover from sliding out that way was coming across. Didn't realize O'Reilly was coming around for that big one-timer. Great save by Hrebeck, just diving out. Desperation look there, and Kitchener coming close to extending their lead despite being shorthanded.
Face off to the right of Hrebeck. Rangers win it, but it's stolen by Kayshawn Aitchison. He's going to go for a skate. Aitchison, backhand pass, Desiderio. That pass is blocked. Into the corner it goes. Andonovski loses it. Desiderio trying to wrap around. Another chance. Kirsch had the pad down. Backhand, and that just goes wide. Desiderio behind the Kitchener net, trying to play it around. Ellenis will get to it first, takes a bump, and gets it out to the neutral zone. Puck sent in. McCormick got a stick on it, so no icing. Andonovski picks it up for Kitchener, loses an edge, plays it from his knees, ends up at center. Von Richter's dumping attempt is blocked, kicked ahead by Ellenis. Puck rolls down the ice. Ellis gets to it first, blocked by Hanser and forced to the outside. Justin Hanser, long pass. Here's Hemming behind the defense. Hemming on net, fans on the shot, rolls on net, and Kirsch will cover it up. As Emil Hemming looked like he was going to be off to the races, but just couldn't get it to go.
A nice play by Hanser in his own zone there. Knocking puck away from Ellis, gets the puck, calms it down. Emil Hemming was coming on from the change there and just taps the stick, waits up at the blue line. Couple Kitchener players were able to get back by the time Hanser realized to send it up to him, but Hemming there just fans on it. We saw that on the power play as well. One-timer fanned on, so probably a bit frustrating for Emil Hemming right now.
We'll get the face-off now to the left of Kirsch as Hemming's tossed out of the face-off dot. In steps Ben Wilmot. Face-off won by Kitchener. Andonovski behind his own net, passes up to Sherratt. Sherratt will send this one forward. Hemming bats it back into the Kitchener zone. Woolley comes up with it for the Rangers. Sends this one across. Andonovski up the wing. That's going to be tipped deep into the Barrie end. 15-26, still to go in the second period. 1-0 Kitchener. Rangers scored in the first period as Aitchison dumps this one in. Around the boards, Hemming trying to take it away from Woolley. In the corner, Hemming trying to force his way around. Zabeski's there. His pass picked off by O'Reilly, and the Rangers get it out to center. Colts chasing after it. Aitchison facing pressure there from the Rangers forecheck, Sherratt. Colts with it. Von Richter sends this one back. Colts trying to get it out of the zone. It's Emil Hemming. Hemming to Aitchison. Aitchison flips this one deep on net. Kirsch guides it to the corner. McNeil collects it for Kitchener. That's sent down the ice. Played at the Barrie blue line is Justin Hanser. Hanser sends this one forward. Hemming trying to get a stick on it. He will. Hemming's taken down. That's going to be another penalty against Kitchener. As the Colts are going back on the man advantage, Jared Woolley is being called for the hold.
Woolley trying to tie Hemming up there, but knocks him down to the ground, and kind of similar to that first penalty. The top line again drawing the call. Sneaky good play by Emil Hemming that couple moments before there. He gets the puck back in his own zone, chips it off the boards to himself. That allowed Barrie to go back the other way, and Dylan Smoskowitz not hesitating. Hemming had been out there for a while, but right back out here on this power play.
And this Barrie Colts power play brought to you by Frontline Hockey Apparel. You can find them at frontlinehockeyapparel.com. As getting set to take the draw here will be Brad Gardner up against Sam O'Reilly.
Barrie's already matched their shot total from the first period, so they're starting to get their looks.
Shots even 10 apiece right now as Colts win the faceoff. Von Richter at the point. Sets up Aitchison. Down low, Wilmot across, bouncing around, Kirsch the save as he got across in time. Hemming still trying to dig it, it's loose, and they'll play it. Pridham to the line, but not out, kept in by Aitchison. Aitchison across, but that pass doesn't connect with Hemming. Hemming sends it back to the blue line, Von Richter, back to Hemming in the corner, across to Aitchison. Aitchison down low, his shot blocked by Pridham, puck goes behind the net. Gardner collects it, his pass in front, taken by O'Reilly, and the Rangers are gonna go for a skate. Pridham had that one get away from him, so he decides to peel off for a change. Power play down to 1:22 for the Colts. Barrie coming close to tying this game up, but Kirsch making a couple of huge stops. Campbell behind the net, he's bumped off the puck, but gets some support from Andonovski, and he's gonna clear it. So the Colts forced to regroup once more. 1 minute remaining in the penalty to Woolley. Colts move it forward. Von Richter drops it back to Eamon Edgar. Up ahead, low. Edgar trying to get a stick on it. Puck's along the boards, low, back to Von Richter. Doesn't take a shot, now he will. In front, fires Kirsch the save. That was Brad Gardner in the slot. As Kirsch, this is the busiest he's been all night as he's been coming under siege.
Couple more good opportunities there for the Colts, and they're jamming away there. If you don't hear a whistle, just keep jamming, and you're able to knock that puck loose. Weren't able to score off the opportunity. Then nice play by Edgar there, passes it ahead to Lowe, and then as it comes in the zone, just comes flying through to knock that puck loose. And Colts get to the middle for Gardner. Nice save by Kirsch. Not sure he knew where it was, but got enough of it.
Yeah, a couple of great saves there from the Rangers netminder as there's 44 seconds left in the power play for Barrie. Jaden Newton set to take the draw here for the Colts up against O'Reilly. Well, Newton's going to be tossed out. So in steps Calvin Crombie. Oh, no, now O'Reilly's going to be tossed out. Everyone gets a chance, right?
Can I get tossed out?
So Christian Humphreys now against Crombie. Face-off won by the Colts. Newton back to the line. It's Emerton. Emerton ahead for Newton. Newton across. Handcuffed Aitchison. Backhand pass in front. Went off the skate of Crombie. Stays out, and the Rangers are able to send it down the length of the ice. Barrie continues to get close. They're now out shooting Kitchener 13-10. As Woolley's penalty, still another 20 seconds, but that's going to get away from the Colts, and the Rangers take it back. Now it's O'Reilly shorthanded, back to Reed. Reed up the middle, and he puts it over the net. Colts pick it up, 10 seconds left in the power play as Crombie takes it around his own net. Calvin Crombie goes for a skate through the neutral zone. Crombie, backhand pass over to Lowe on the wing. Lowe drops it back to Newton, behind the Kitchener net. Crombie trying to play it. Power play has expired, so Barrie now 0 for 2 on the power play tonight. Rangers get in their own zone. Campbell up the wing. He'll find Sherratt. Sherratt on the far side, hits the brakes, blows a tire. Andonovski sends it around. Hands are behind his own net. His pass picked off. Rangers moving around. There's the shot. Rebound, side of the net. Colts get to it. They can't get it out of the zone, however. Andonovski, his blast is blocked by Carter Lowe. Lowe loses it. Ellis comes up with it now for the Rangers into the slot. Chance, another chance, and Horevic slides across to Rob Hayden Ellis. Bilecki back to Campbell. Ellis on the far side. His shot blocked, ends up behind the Barrie net. Some good pressure now from the Rangers as Colts trying to just relieve the pressure, and they'll get it out to center. Barrie trying to make a change. Kitchener has it in the neutral zone. They'll move it in, far side. That puck's bouncing. Lamb gets chased into the corner. Schneid trying to knock it from him. Puck's in the corner. Luke Alanis with possession. Alanis in a battle with Schneid. Loose puck picked up by Desiderio, and the Colts will get it out. Desiderio dumps this one in. Kirsch out of his net. Plays it behind the goal. Sends it around to Alanis. Alanis trying to flip it. Goes off Zabeski. Mason Zabeski with it. His shot stopped by Kirsch. Alanis gets it again. He's going to flip this one out to center. Lamb got a stick on it. O'Reilly sends it deep. Horevic out of his own net to play it. Quickly goes to Passmore. Sends it around far side Zabeski. Mason Zabeski sends this one back to Aitchison. Colts moving around. Schneid in the neutral zone. Couldn't get a stick on it, but it went off McNeil, so no icing. Bilecki there to play it now for the Rangers. Bilecki almost knocked off stride there by Zabeski. Rangers still moving ahead. Edwards trying to chase after it. He'll get to it first for Kitchener, but puck's loose. Knocked to the corner. Now it's Lamb. Lamb decides to go around the net. Hits the brakes. His pass stopped by Horevic. Puck's in front. Rangers can't get to it. Colts collect it. Hemmings moving it forward. That's center Zabeski. That's knocked away by Woolley. Delayed offside here against Kitchener as Lamb had to tag up but didn't hear it. So they'll call this and send it back with 10:24 remaining in this second period.
Barrie, their power play is kind of similar. They get some opportunities, but then after that, they kind of just slow down. They're late in the power play, and all of a sudden the opportunities go back the other way. Couple good shorthanded looks for Kitchener. You can't let them keep having on-man rushes shorthanded. They made you pay once in game number 2, and since then, though, a couple saves by Horevic, couple posts as well. Barrie's been a bit lucky that their power play hasn't cost them a bit more the last couple games.
Well, that Rangers penalty kill, what really stands out too is that they're not afraid to go and try that shorthanded chance. We saw that shorthanded goal in game number 2, and they had that look there. They hit the crossbar, and this is a Kitchener team that likes to take chances, and they've got the confidence for it.
Yeah, they're pretty aggressive on the power play. You can see them firing up pressure all the way up at the blue line, even when Von Richter's just trying to keep it in. They're all over him, trying to get that puck out of the zone. And like you mentioned, they're not afraid to go down the ice back the other way. Some teams hesitate and just clear it down the ice, but this Kitchener team, and part of that has to do with the fact that their top guys are pretty good defensively. It's not the third and fourth line guys out there shorthanded. It's Sam O'Reilly, it's Jack Pridham, it's Gabriel Sherrod who's playing on the first line tonight. Jared Woolley on the back end as well. When you've got offensive guys on your penalty kill, you're able to take a couple more opportunities like that.
So we're just waiting for the TV timeout to wrap up, as it's a 1-0 hockey game, and they're just doing a Happy Mother's Day screen shot at center ice, and I guess we should be wishing people a Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, I got to hang out with my wife and kids today, and I actually kind of won Catan.
I know you were telling me in the media room you kind of did, but then you had to leave.
Yeah, and my daughter took over, and she ended up winning. She wanted to take all the credit.
Yeah, I know. You were telling me. She's like, I won.
But hopefully you're having a great Mother's Day. Hopefully you're able to celebrate the occasion with family, and thank you for tuning into the broadcast, even if it's in the background.
Yeah.
So it remains 1-0 for the Kitchener Rangers. 10:24 left to go here in the second period. Shots now 15-14 for the Rangers. Romano's going to take the draw here against Ben Wilmot. Face-off won by Kitchener. Andonovski sends this one in the zone. Around it goes. Kayshawn Aitchison chases after it. Aitchison took a hit. Puck rolls in front of the net. Backhand as Pridham put it over the goal. That puck was just sitting there, and Jack Pridham just got too much under it. Woolley sends it right back into the Barrie zone. Hrebeck out of his net. Aitchison sends it around. Pridham gets to it first. Ends up back behind the Barrie net. Humphreys trying to send it around. Kitchener gets the cycle going. Here's Pridham along the boards. He's knocked down. Puck sent down the ice. Hemming gives chase. Rangers, though, get it again. Andonovski now will reach center ice. Andonovski sends this one deep. The OT hero in game number 2. As Aitchison will send it around. Ellis can't get it away from Aitchison. Up to Wilmot. Sets up Zabeski. His shot blocked by Reed. Rangers in transition. Luke Ellenis up to Reed. Reed on the wing, back to Ellenis. His shot turned aside by Hrebeck. Puck sent in front. It goes off Wilmot into the corner. Ben Wilmot trying to play it. Rangers are there. Cameron Reed, backhand pass. Here's Lamb in the slot. Knocked away, and that's going to escape the zone. We're past the midway point of this hockey game. 9:10 left in the second. Rangers trying to put it in the zone, but that goes off Hemming and onto the Rangers bench. But a pretty intense game so far here. That's been the story this whole series. It's been some very close hockey outside of maybe a couple of periods where one team took over, but this has been a treat to cover.
Yeah, it's been tight so far, and even despite Kitchener winning the first 2 games, felt like Barrie was in both the games and could have easily won them as well. And I was just reading online, we do have some breaking news. Kate O'Rourke has announced he will be returning to the Toronto Junior Canadiens for another year of U16 AAA, and looks like he'll be a part of the OHL draft next year.
Well, that's huge because obviously we found out that Kate O'Rourke denied the exceptional status. We all kind of assumed that the Oshawa Generals would pick O'Rourke with that first overall pick, but Hockey Canada had other plans. Now we got Hrebeck and Kirsch at center. They bumped into one another. Cooler heads will prevail, but that's good news for the Toronto Junior Canadiens, getting O'Rourke back and maybe a good run to try and get to that title in the OHL Cup.
Yeah, well, it's another thing too. Like, sometimes when guys apply for exceptional status and they decline, it's been a thing in the past where they sometimes decide, you know what, I'm just gonna head off to the NCAA then. If you don't want me in my exceptional status here, you're not getting me at all. So it would be good to see him still come into the league, and there Hrebeck and Kirsch getting into it. Kind of surprising to see. They seem like buddies in game number 2.
Well, it's probably that gamesmanship. And Hrebeck, we've seen him be hot under the collar at times. We saw that especially with Yermolenko in the first round against the Niagara Ice Dogs. Even earlier in the season, Yermolenko and Hrebeck almost had that goalie fight at the Meridian Center.
Yeah, Hrebeck doesn't shy down. Subtle bump, and just try and get in Kirsch's mind, obviously.
Even though he's way at the other end of the rink.
Yeah, they're just trying to get in his head and we'll try and get him going. Barrie hasn't been able to break through on Kirsch a lot so far this series, but I mean, if you get the opportunities, he's got an .897 save percentage, so when the chances are there, he's going to allow a couple of goals. You just got to get the right opportunities on him, and just try and get in his head, create some opportunities. And seeing McCormick now get an opportunity with the second line.
So they're ready to take this face-off. There we go, the red light's off.
I think Barrie might be down to 11 forwards. I don't think we've seen Govro yet in this period.
Well, as you mentioned, you've got McCormick out there with Crombie and Gardner. Typically on that spot, we've been seeing Nicholas Desiderio.
I can see Govro. He's right beside the defenders.
And Desiderio's beside Jaswal. So they're still there on the bench. But this is where, of course, you got to try and change things up, see what works. There's a shot from the point. It was deflected, but Hrebek's still able to make the save. Colts trying to move it around. Gardner took the hit. There's Von Richter. He's going to flip it to the line, but not out. Kept in by Campbell. As that puck's sent to the near boards. Back behind the Barrie net. Rangers with possession. They're trying to bat this one around. Sherratt's there. Puck goes to the corner. O'Reilly back to the line for Campbell. Campbell keeps this one back behind the Barrie net. Sherratt trying to play it. Taken by Eliasson. Eliasson's pass picked off by O'Reilly. At the point. Poked there by the Colts forward, McCormick. Puck's in the neutral zone, but right now we got Sherratt and Eliasson mixed up behind the play. Play continues. Here's Crombie on the wing, passes it up to Gardner, and he was disrupted just in time by Campbell. O'Reilly gets to that loose puck. He'll pass this one up to Reed. Cameron Reed with speed in the attacking zone, keeps it away from Von Richter. Hits the brakes, deflected. Humphreys after it. Humphreys sends it around the boards. Von Richter will come back for it for the Colts. Up ahead, that's Govro, so getting some ice time here. Puck sent ahead to Pridham. Pridham couldn't get the shot to go. Romano sends this one down low. Sherratt backhand, stopped by Hrebek. And the Colts bat this one down the ice. Won't be enough for icing, so McNeil has to play it here for Kitchener. Sends it over to Pridham. Here's Bilecki, but that's going to be offside as Romano couldn't get back in time with 7:27 to go in the second period.
Govro getting a shift there, and it's another thing too. I mean, with the injuries to Bodwin and Salandra, obviously, Govro, McCormick, and Edgar, those were kind of the three guys that were interchanging in that final roster spot throughout the postseason. Sometimes Desiderio would sit as well, and two of those guys would get in, but for the most part, they were battling for that final spot in the starting lineup, and now all of a sudden, Barrie with their injuries to Bodwin and Salandra, that's a whole line now that's on the fourth line.
Yeah, no Cole Bodwin or Joe Salandra. Salandra actually flew home the other day after breaking a bone in his lower leg. As he's getting a second opinion down there. But right now, the Barrie Colts down by one against Kitchener. As Edgar's going to skate it out to center. He sends this one in. Puck comes around, trying to play it to Bilecki. Colts pick it up, Passmore takes it down low. His shot blocked, ends up behind the Kitchener net. Edgar comes up with it, backhand pass in front. It's loose, Passmore's there. Desiderio trying to get it out of his skates, and that's knocked to the corner. Humphreys flips this one ahead, out to center, gets by Hanser. Here's Jack Pridham. He's got a breakaway. Pridham takes the shot, stopped by Hrebek. Humphreys gets it again for the Rangers, sends it back behind the Barrie net. Carter Lowe. He'll keep it behind his own net. Rangers make a change, as are the Colts. Carter Lowe passing this one across. Hanser flips this one forward. McNeil back after it for the Rangers. Takes a hard hit there from Schneid. Schneid throwing his weight around as the Rangers get it out to center. It's into the skates of Alanis, and then Alanis run over by Schneid. Colts move it up. Here's Carter Lowe on the wing. He's got Schneid going to the net. Deflected. Schneid trying to tuck it. It's bouncing around, ends up in the corner. Alanis takes it back the other way for the Rangers. Luke Alanis forced to the outside by Emerton. Puck's in the corner. Alanis, he's got his stick tied up, rolls to the point. There's Lamb. Lamb shot attempt blocked by Newton. And now we're going to get an offside call against the Rangers. But my, oh my, William Schneid making his presence known here.
A big hit there in the neutral zone, and then Colts come back the other way. Nice flip by Lowe. Just gets it across, it gets batted around. Obviously, Kirsch was looking like he was going to come across. The officials got in the way. I wonder if he was trying to send a a retaliatory bump to Hrevik there, but they didn't let him. And some good opportunities there for the Colts. And I think O'Reilly and I believe that's Cameron Reed there as well. We just talked about going into the intermission now. Aitchison was probably saying to the refs, hey, just remember there's two teams. And I think the same is going back there. Barrie's had the only 2 power plays of the period, and Kitchener maybe not too happy with that hit by Schneid.
Well, we'll see what happens here with 5:57 remaining in the second period. Hrevik and Kirsch meet again at center. And the linesman right away gets between them, directing traffic. Who knew that was going to be a rivalry to follow during the series?
Well, it didn't look like it would be through the first 2 games. They bumped into each other going into overtime, and it was kind of just a, hey, my bad, sorry, move on. But now they're trying to bump into one another at the TV time. And that's the best part of the second period. Haven't really talked about it at all ever, and now all of a sudden this playoffs, it's like every round.
It's the game within the game, and suddenly you've got Hrevik versus Kirsch, not just with the saves, but every time they cross paths during the TV timeout. But right now, 1-0 for the Kitchener Rangers. Shots 19-16 in favor of the Rangers. But it's been entertaining so far, and we're starting to see the lines changing quite a bit here for both these teams as they try and get this going.
Yeah, it's Govro and Edgar were out there for a shift. Edgar's getting power play minutes, obviously, so he'll be up round there as well. And for the Barrie Colts now, you need a goal, obviously, down by 1 here, but it's been another tight game tonight. And be pretty frustrating to lose this one because it feels like you're putting in a pretty good effort through 3 games. To not come out with a win would be pretty disappointing.
So the face-off's going to come outside the Barrie Colts blue line on the far side. Set to take the draw is O'Reilly up against Ben Wilmot, the former London Knights. Both traded at the trade deadline to the Colts and Rangers respectively. As that's going to be sent down the ice, and that's an icing call now against the Barrie Colts. And it's fascinating just to see how the whole trade deadline dynamic is having an impact here on this OHL Final.
Yeah, it's funny how it worked out. The London guys and the Brampton guys. Those were the big moves by London and Brampton were to Kitchener and the Colts.
Face-off won by the Rangers. Edwards tried to play it, lost it. Knocked out to center by Hemming. Andonovski at his own blue line. Andonovski will chip that one off the boards. Puck's bouncing. Trying to pick it up is Hemming. Loose puck picked up by the Rangers. Sent down low. Here's O'Reilly. O'Reilly back to the point. Woolley takes the shot. Stop, rebound. Edwards trying to pounce on it, but the Colts get it out. Here's Hemming on the wing. Sends it forward. Wilmot trying to go back to Hemming, but he takes the hit from Woolley, and the Rangers get it out. Von Richter sends it over to Aitchison. Up ahead. Quickly there to Zabeski. Takes a hard hit from Woolley, and the Rangers move it up. Here's Sam O'Reilly. O'Reilly enters the zone, trying to get it around Von Richter. Battle along the boards. Reed sends it back to the point. Campbell back to Reed. Reed looks to the net, takes the shot. Stopped by Hrevik. Rebound. Backhand Sherratt. And Hrevik able to hold on to that as the Rangers right now getting a steady stream of shots here in this late stage of the second period.
A good opportunity there for Kitchener. Barrie trying to come in the zone there. Looked like they may have had some room as Hemming chipped it to Zabeski, but good job by Woolley stepping up, lays the big hit, negating that opportunity for the Colts top line.
4:54 left in the second period. Face-off will come to the right of Ben Hrevik. And we'll do this face-off again as Romano's going to be tossed out, so in steps Christian Humphreys. Face-off won by the Colts. Emerton picks it up for Barrie. He'll flip this one ahead, down the ice, knocked down by Campbell in the neutral zone, sent back into the Barrie end. Emerton with possession, passes this one up. Here's Brad Gardner. Gardner through center, lost the handle of it, taken away by Reed. Reed puts it off the end boards, over to Humphreys on the far side. Gardner with the hit. Loose puck, Crombie passes it back, but Romano was there, and now Kitchener will skate it up. It's Pridham on the near wing. Passes this one across, Romano to the net, and he puts it over the goal. And a Ranger player just crashed into the net. He was taken down by Eliasson. That's going to be a penalty. And right now, Jack Pridham trying to go at Eliasson. So he's going to go off for interference, and there's a Ranger player that's in the net. He's telling the trainer he's okay. That's Cameron Reed. And if you're a Rangers fan, that's not the player you want to see go down in that dangerous play.
No, obviously one of the top guys, and Eliasson with that big hit going into the net. The two were crashing in there, and looks like just going to be 2 here. And Andonovski came over as well as Campbell. Not sure if maybe Kitchener was hoping for a 5 as ref getting in the way there. I think Andonovski's going after Aitchison now.
Yeah, Andonovski having words with Aitchison as they both skate back to their benches. Right now, Reed still on his knees in the Barrie Colts net. Now he's getting up to his skates, so that's a good sign. As the fans applaud him for being able to get off. But you don't want to see top players taken out of a series. I know for Barrie Colt fans, already disappointed with no Baudouin or Salandra. But you also want to have these two teams healthy, and that's what makes a great series, when you've got the top talent able to go head to head.
Yeah, that's what's too bad about this series, is that if Barrie was to go on and lose, obviously they still got a shot in this series, but if they did, you're asking the question, okay, what if Baudouin and Salandra were in the lineup? And obviously it looks like Cameron Reed's going to be okay, but if he goes down and misses games and Barrie wins the series, Kitchener fans are going to be saying, well, what if he was in the lineup? And that's where it gets disappointing. And you think back to 2 years ago as well, London, Oshawa, Beckett Seneca didn't play a game in that series. So I think Jens fans are wondering, we get that guy back in the lineup. How different is the dynamic? And it affects things. And obviously when you got the 2 best teams in the league going at it, you're going to ask that question. And you want it to be best on best. And unfortunately for Barrie, they were healthy all season long, and then 2 tough injuries here over the last couple of games.
So Eliasson in the penalty box for interference. So Kitchener on their 3rd power play of the night, already 0 for 2. Bilecki has it behind his own net. He'll skate this one forward. Bilecki reaches center, drops it back for Humphreys. Christian Humphreys enters the attacking zone, backhand pass. Here the shot goes wide of the net. Colts after it, picked up by Zabeski. Zabeski sends this one in. He's going to charge into the Kitchener zone. Reed able to play it behind his own net. Keeps it away from Zabeski, and now he's going to go up to Edwards. Edwards across to Humphreys. Humphreys on the far side, hits the brakes. Looks across, goes back to Reed at the blue line. Sends this one across to Pridham. Jack Pridham, his pass blocked by Lowe, and Carter Lowe is going to backhand this one ahead. It goes off Gardner. Gardner in the attacking zone, shorthanded, decides to send it back. It goes off Edwards. Some confusion there in front of the Barrie Colts bench. Now it's just going to be sent deep with 54 seconds left in the penalty to Eliasson. Reed skates this one up to center, back to Romano. Luca Romano picks up momentum through the neutral zone. His pass doesn't connect with Edwards. Edwards able to recover off the boards. Puck's in the corner, back to Pridham. Jack Pridham at the point. Goes down low to Edwards. His shot stopped by Hrebeck. Rebound, another chance. That's blocked in front as Hrebeck was sprawling in the blue paint. Now the Colts move it up shorthanded. It's Hemming. Hemming between the legs, but can't get the shot. Good defensive play by Pridham. Romano's going to take it back the other way for Kitchener. Through the neutral zone, Romano on the far side. Gets it in the corner, sends this one around. Sherratt back to the line for Lamb. Tanner Lamb back to Bilecki. That pass was disrupted. Colts get it out to center. 5 seconds left in the penalty. As Eliasson about to come out of the box, but Kitchener catching Barrie on the change across, and a stop by Hrebeck. Colts will send it down the ice. That's going to be an icing call as they relieve the pressure. 2:13 remaining in this period, and it remains 1-0.
Some good chances there. Hemming coming down the ice. Good opportunity. Nice between the legs move. Pridham breaks it up, and then smart play by Kirsch getting the poke check. Didn't allow Hemming to get that puck behind the net. And then Barrie tried to send 3 guys off the ice at once and nearly caught up to him. 2-on-1 opportunity. Hrebeck with another big save. And both these penalty kills doing a good job so far.
Face-off won by the Colts. They're going to take it around their own net. Passmore ahead to Hanser. Right now there's 3 defensemen on the ice for the Barrie Colts because of that icing. Ellenis will send it deep. Gets by Hrebeck around the boards. Passmore takes the hit. Puck goes back behind the Barrie net. Here's Eliasson. Gabriel Eliasson ahead. Out to center. Picking it up is Wilmot. Wilmot enters his own. Drops it back to Crombie. Crombie hits the brakes. His shot blocked by Andonovski, and the Kitchener Rangers will get it out. Andonovski flips this one back into the Barrie zone. It bounces off the end boards. Kayshawn Aitchison collecting it for the Colts. Up to Crombie. Crombie flips it forward. Picked up here by Wilmot. Wilmot the far side. His pass is blocked. Ends up in the corner. Wilmot gets it again. Ends up in the skates of Schneid. Lamb is there. He'll send it forward. Emerton bats that one down. Colts trying to regain possession, but the Rangers get it out. Lamb trying to play it. That's knocked away. Back into the Barrie zone. Aitchison up ahead to Calvin Crombie. Crombie finds Wilmot. Wilmot at center. Here's Kayshawn Aitchison. Enters the zone on the near side. Takes the shot, and Kirsch able to make the glove save, and he'll hold on with 1:02 remaining now in the second.
Aitchison maybe just trying to catch Kirsch off guard there with a sharp angle shot. Nice look from the Colts captain. Minute 2 left in this period. Barrie trying to get back on the board here, and going to tie the game at 1 going into the break.
So big face-off now to the left of Christian Kirsch as the Colts try and even things up late in the period. O'Reilly versus Gardner for the face-off. Getting the last-second instructions. Face-off won by Barrie. There's the one-timer. Von Richter didn't miss by much as that goes over the net, and the Rangers will get it down the ice. So we're now in the final minute of this second period. There's a turnover. O'Reilly's shot misses the net. Puck comes back to the point. Rangers keep it in. Colts trying to get it out. That's blocked. Edwards in the corner. Back to O'Reilly. His shot. That's going out of play. As Barrie getting a fantastic chance from Von Richter, and at the other end, a turnover almost resulted in a goal there for Kitchener.
The referee trying to get in the middle. Aitchison just trying to go off on a change, and just about every Kitchener player started surrounding him there. And nice play off the draw. Gardner's able to win it back, and Von Richter just winding up and just puts it over top of Kirsch. Came close there.
23-17 are the shots in favor of the Rangers. 40.5 seconds left in the period. Face off to the right of Hrebeck. Face off won by the Colts. Von Richter passing this one ahead. Woolley takes it at his own blue line. Andonovski sends it forward. Gardner's there for Barrie. Sebeski along the boards, drops this one back. Colts with possession in their own zone. Von Richter takes his time. He'll go over to Eliasson. 20 seconds left. Gardner dumps this one in. It goes behind the Kitchener net. Here's Woolley. He'll continue it around. Edwards blocked by Von Richter. Von Richter trying to move it around. Woolley, he's there. We got a penalty call coming. Looks like it's against Barrie. Woolley's going to play it. Takes the hit. Sebeski touches it. And now we'll get the call. It's going to be a hook. So a late penalty here by the Barrie Colts. 3.9 seconds left on the clock. It's Parker Von Richter who's heading off.
Yeah, tough one there for Barrie to take. Final seconds of the period. Got the stick in there down low. So that's not where you want to take a penalty. Far away from your own net as you can possibly be. Kitchener will have an opportunity here. Obviously they have 3 seconds, but going into the third. Last game it was Barrie with this opportunity, and Kitchener ended up scoring a shorthanded goal. Maybe Barrie can flip the script.
So this face-off will come to the left of Ben Hrebeck. O'Reilly set to take the draw for Kitchener up against Jaden Newton of the Colts. As they'll step in to take this draw. They load up in front of the net. Face-off won by the Colts. It's in the skates of the official. Barrie with it. Back to the line, and that will do it for the second period of play. So the Kitchener Rangers, they're going to have the power play going into the third period, and it remains a 1-0 hockey game. This one has been quite the matchup going back and forth. It's been tooth and nail between these two teams.
Yeah, it's been a tight one again here tonight. Hrebeck and Kirsch nowhere near each other this time, unfortunately, so we don't get that added drama, but the only thing to report on in that period was the penalties. 2 penalties against Kitchener, followed by 2 penalties by Barrie, but neither team able to score despite a pretty big increase in the shot total.
And it's been some great goaltending as well for both Hrebeck and Kirsch. There was the 1 point shorthanded. Kitchener were able to get down the ice, a crossbar by Woolley, and then I think it was either was it O'Reilly?
O'Reilly, yeah.
He took the shot. Hrevik had to dive across, do the Superman to keep it out of the net, but it's been a very entertaining game. The goaltenders, they are dialed in, even if they keep bumping into one another during the TV timeouts. But these two teams, they know what's on the line. And for the Barrie Colts, they got 20 more minutes here to try and win this one on home ice. Or Kitchener, they're going to have a stranglehold in the OHL Final.
Yeah, desperate hockey's going to come out, but for Barrie, third periods have been their thing all year long. And we said that in games 1 and 2, and it didn't go their way. So kind of feels like for them, maybe they're due for a really good third period. It felt like against Brantford, all they did was have good third periods after good third periods.
But the other thing, too, for the Barrie Colts, you got to stay out of the penalty box. And that has been a theme all year with the penalties of the Barrie Colts. The penalty kill unit has been able to get the job done for the most part throughout the regular season. But now that you're in the OHL Final, you need to play that disciplined hockey. We saw it in that Brantford series at times where the Barrie Colts able to stay out of the box. And that was a difference where specialty teams, you shut down the Brantford Bulldogs. But this is a Kitchener Rangers team, much different. They're aggressive when they're shorthanded. So you have to be on your toes no matter what.
Yeah, it's obviously Kitchener, they're pretty good on the power play, but Barrie's done a good job shorthanded so far. And that's why you got to remain disciplined. And we always talk about it, and it's come up a lot over the last couple of games, those power plays at the end of the period. Last minute of the period, first minute of the period. You give up a goal, it's just so devastating. And obviously here's an opportunity for Kitchener to get a power play marker, or for Barrie to flip the script, get a shorthanded goal of their own, get the crowd really rocking here on this Sunday night. The crowd's been taken out of it for the most part. Kitchener got that goal in the first period. Barrie's had their opportunities this period, but they haven't gotten that goal that's really ignited this crowd yet.
So after 40 minutes of play, it's a 1-0 score in favor of the Kitchener Rangers. We're going to take a bit of a break so we can give our voices a rest, but when we return, we'll check in with the chat. So if you want to participate in the conversation, you can put your comments and let us know where you're listening to for the broadcast and all the other fun things when it comes to this game. So here at the second intermission, 1-0 Kitchener, and we will return. So it is the second intermission here at the Saddlein Arena between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. Rangers right now up 1-0 after 40 minutes. Sam O'Reilly scoring back at the end of the first period. And we've had back and forth hockey. We've had some great chances, but other than that, this Rangers team playing a pretty solid road game.
Yeah, it's been a tight one again here tonight, and it's funny how it works out. You know, the shots are 7-5 in the first, you get a goal, and then in the second period things open up and you don't get a goal. It's lots of chances there for both sides in the second period. Barrie had a better period there, and just trying to carry that momentum over into the third. Obviously a big penalty kill coming up. Still got to kill off a minute 57 on the Von Richter penalty.
Now, the great thing about this broadcast is that we do have the fan chat up and running, and it's been amazing just seeing how many people have been involved. And I am noticing there are a lot of Kitchener Ranger fans tuning in. So if you're a Rangers fan, thank you for tuning into the broadcast. Typically, we just cover the Barrie Colts, but as someone in the chat does mention later, this is an OHL-wide broadcast, and it kind of feels that way with the way the chat's going. Like, we've got Ed Osborne saying Rangers are going to run away with it in the third period. We've got Jason Kuntz saying the Rangers will take Game 3. John York says let's go Rangers. So it's a Ranger-heavy fan base right now in the broadcast.
Yeah, and it is kind of fun to see, and obviously, you know, like the one guy said, this is it's an OHL broadcast. Obviously, we are Barrie related, but we like to bring all the perspectives from around the league, and we do our homework, obviously. We know the league. We don't just know Barrie. So, I mean, that's the great thing about the chat is people can ask questions about really any team around the league. And obviously, there's not too many questions to ask about the other 18 teams right now. I mean, there are some questions about Owen Sound to ask. But, yeah, it's been fun getting to see all the opinions in the chat. And
exactly.
It's usually pretty entertaining. They've kept their cool tonight. There's no fighting.
It's been civil, and we appreciate a civil chat because we don't want to have to shut down the chat because people are getting a little too carried away. But shout out to Retro Vinyl. Enjoys pizza and beer while watching the channel. I could go for a pizza and beer right about now. Daniel saying Barrie's going to win in overtime tonight, and if they do I get a free ticket?
Well, we're not in charge of that. So... If
tickets are hard to come by.
Maybe next year when Rogers gets their tickets again, and
don't make any promises.
I won't make any promises.
Your producer Josh might get a hold of you on that front.
Well, he gave me tickets a couple times this year.
This is true.
I hope.
We've got Mike Fallis. He's asking why Ranger fans are on the broadcast. And we've got, let's go back down here to Ed Osborne, listening from Michigan, Firebirds fan. But since they didn't make it, I'm rooting for the Western Division. Go Rangers. And that's the thing we've noticed, too. When a team gets eliminated, they kind of hop on the bandwagon that represents their conference. We've had a couple Brampton Steelhead fans contact us saying, you know what?
Keep it in the East.
Yeah, we typically don't cheer for Barrie Colts, but because it's the Eastern Conference, we want to cheer for them. So Ed Osborne doing the same, but on the Western Conference side.
Which is funny because you'd think you'd want to cheer for the opposite conference so that, like, you know, you're the next team to bring it in the East. There's none of your rivals have bragging rights over you. But, you know, that Flint team this year, pretty good group. Obviously unfortunate to see them get swept by Windsor. I think they were a better team than that series showed, but you know, credit to Windsor. That was a really good Flint team that they completely shut down.
Yeah, definitely an entertaining group. The Flint Firebirds set a record for the best goals differential in opening round series against the Owen Sound Attack. So well done there by the Firebirds this season. We've got Dan Spears. Howdy from deep in the heart of Texas.
Ooh,
man, yeehaw. So we've got. Let's go to. No, I don't need to go on that. Starting to get some arguing.
We just said not. Oh,
I know. Jacob Sanchez, what a take from Zamboni. He knows it best because he's been going back and forth. It's just a game. Yeah, we're starting to get. We got questions about what part of Texas Dan Spears is from. You got Canadian Bacon A saying Rangers who.
Oh.
So that's a slight dig.
I could go for some bacon.
Canadian bacon too. Mm-hmm. Put that on a breakfast sandwich.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's keep going down. Man, the chat's just blowing up here. Denise saying Saginaw Spirit fan. Hope the Rangers go all the way. Got a Michigan
They eliminated you. Why are you cheering for them? They eliminated you.
There's a good Michigan flair.
I know.
This is great. We've got... he's from Brady, Texas.
Okay.
Brady, Texas. I don't know where Brady, Texas is.
I don't know.
I'd have to look that up.
It's in Texas.
It's in Texas. Patrick Tracy, the Kitchener Rangers will join their New York City brethren on the golf course very soon. Go Isles, go H. I love that we've got New York Islander fans on the chat here too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think that guy's been at every game so far.
We've got Pat Brower. He's saying he's listening from Sarnia.
Oh,
so
okay.
Good luck. So thank you, Sarnia, for tuning in. Let's keep rolling. Got LOLs. Got Bacon from Retro Vinyl. And Jacob Sanchez says, Dan, CYKF, as long as you guys are supporting the boys from Kitch, you and everyone else will always be welcome. They're getting it's kind of fun watching the chat.
They're making friends.
They're becoming friends.
It's great.
That's what this is all about.
Where did you guys meet? Oh, we met on a broadcast.
Exactly. So yeah, and we got Trippy Dude saying hockey definitely brings everyone together, and that's something I love about this community.
Yeah,
I love it.
Especially junior hockey.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of Go Rangers, the Go Colts going back and forth. So it's been that chat. It's been entertaining here in this OHL Final.
That helps the numbers. It helps the algorithm, and it's another piece of information we can use in the summer when we're trying to get some more sponsorship. So
exactly,
it's great to see, and we love all the support we've gotten all season long.
Yeah, and it's like we said at the beginning of the game, this broadcast tonight specifically wouldn't be possible without the work of the Ontario Hockey League and the Barrie Colts. They came together and were able to get us at least a vantage point, because the press box pretty cramped when you've got the national broadcast in there. Actually, looking over there, it looks like a lot of the off-ice officials have had to relocate because of the cameras and the setup, because it's pretty intense when you've got a national broadcast and they've got the big trailer parked out back, and they take over.
Yeah, I think that trailer is huge. I was trying to get in the media entrance today, and I didn't know where to go. Like, I was trying to get around it. It's so big. But, yeah, looking over there, I mean, it looks different than Rogers. Usually Rogers has a camera on each of the sides of the wall there, but they've got both their cameras on the one side, which is one of the reasons the off-ice officials are kicked out there. But they also got, I think the commentators are on that blue platform. They're not in your guys' spot. They're actually on the blue because unless they're very tall, which I don't remember them being when we saw them in Kitchener. I think they're up on the platform, because the color guy, I think his name's Ryan Gardner.
He's pretty tall.
He's pretty tall, but he looked like he was bigger than Eliason when he stood up.
But they make it work, and we want to thank everyone, as we said, for tuning into the Barrie Colts broadcast. I'm so used to saying the road broadcast, because we don't typically get to do the home games here on the Colts radio broadcast, but the two teams are coming out onto the ice. The Kitchener Rangers will have the power play to start things off, and it's a chance now for Kitchener to kind of take a stranglehold if they can come out and take advantage of this power play. Yeah,
chance to really put Barrie in a tough spot. Obviously, we talked about the line matching that Dylan Smoskowitz has done so far throughout this series, and does he sit some players? And that question becomes ever more critical if you go down 2-0. You can't really waste a shift when you're losing, but especially when you get down to 2-0. And for Barrie, they're going to try and fight back, try and get back in this game. Would be a huge win for the Colts for some momentum. Get them back going and get them right back in this series.
And we saw in game number 2 down in Kitchener, it was the Colts that had the power play to start the third period, and Kitchener scored shorthanded to tie the game at 2. So if you're the Colts, you got to play aggressive here. If you're going to force this series to go any further, at least to get to 5 games, you have to win this one on home ice, because you really can't afford to go down 3-0 against this Rangers team.
Yeah, you want to flip the script, get that early goal here this period. Barrie was getting some good opportunities there in the second period, just couldn't get it past Christian Kirsch. They came close a couple times, and this is a group that's put their best foot forward in the third period many a times this year. They haven't exactly done that in the first 2 games of this series, so here's an opportunity to get back to Barrie Colts hockey, try and get on the Rangers here, try and get a couple goals.
So we'll get ready now for the third period of play between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. Barrie right now 20 minutes away from falling behind and into a deeper hole in this OHL Championship Series, while the Kitchener Rangers a chance to take a stranglehold, and something that they've done in the previous series. They were up 3-0 after Game 3 against Saginaw in the first round, Sault Ste. Marie in the second. And Now trying to do the same here against the Barrie Colts. So the Colts deciding to go with Jaden Newton, Emil Hemming up front with Evan Passmore and Aitchison on the point. As those will be your penalty killers to start off. Sam O'Reilly steps in to take the draw. And we are back underway. Face-off won by the Rangers. Cameron Reed has some space, goes for a skate, passes it to O'Reilly. He'll drop this one back to Edwards. Up to O'Reilly, that's out of his reach. And now it's an icing call against Kitchener, so they're going to bring this one back.
Barrie got their top guys out there. I know it's shorthanded, but Sebeski and Hemming, and then Aitchison as well as Passmore. So opportunity here, shorthanded. You get an offensive zone draw. See if Barrie worries about maybe pushing it back to just try and kill time, or if they win the face-off, if they're going to go for it here.
So the face-off comes to the left of Kirsch. Face-off won by the Rangers. Edwards will take it back behind his own net, leaves it there for Reed. Cameron Reed moving this one up, reaches center, decides to drop it back. Picking it up there is Humphreys. Christian Humphreys carries this one in, passes it over. Edwards off the end boards, back to O'Reilly on the near side. O'Reilly drops it back to Reed at the point. Reed to Humphreys. Humphreys down low side of the net. Edwards batted away by Passmore. Puck comes back to the point, kept in by Humphreys, over to Reed. Sends it to the far side, Pridham. Pridham fanned on the pass attempt. Now it goes back to Reed. Here's Humphreys, high slot. His shot blocked in front. Here's Pridham, passes in front. Aitchison's in the way. Colts trying to get to it, and they will, and send it out. 1 minute left in the penalty to Parker Von Richter. Kitchener up 1-0. Humphreys drops this one back. Skating this one in is Bilecki. He'll go up to Humphreys. Back to the point. Pridham can't keep it in the zone, so this will force Kitchener to regroup. O'Reilly gets it again for the Rangers, passing it up. Far side Bilecki towards the net, but O'Reilly had his stick tied up. Colts get to it. They'll send it to the line, not out. Kept in there by Pridham. Humphreys to O'Reilly. O'Reilly across, and that's blocked. Kitchener with more pressure across. One-timer, and missing the net was Humphreys. And that's going to sail down the length of the ice. Rangers move it up quickly, catching Barrie on the line change. As missing a hit there was Bilecki as Aitchison tried to line him up. Andonovski down low for the Rangers. In front, Aitchison can't get it out. Bilecki, he'll send it to the corner. Schrott, back to Bilecki. Lamb. Von Richter about to come out of the box. Side of the net, Schrott passes in front. Wilmot collects it. Long pass up to Von Richter. Breakaway out of the penalty box. Spins on his backhand from his knees. Backhand shot goes wide of the net. That would have been a pretty goal there for Parker Von Richter if it would have worked. Schneid throws the hit. Rangers with possession. They're going to move it forward. Far side into the attacking zone is Lamb. Tanner Lamb trying to make a move around Aitchison. Forced behind the net. Lamb still with it for Kitchener. That's knocked off his stick. Aitchison sends it around. Andonovski comes off the point. Up ahead to Romano. Puck's bouncing in front. It's loose, and Hrebeck covers it up before Schrott could get to it.
Nice pass by Ben Wilmot as Von Richter was coming out. There was a defender there, but a nice play to send it flying through cross ice to Von Richter, and then Von Richter didn't really have the angle to take the shot, so he tries a nice spin move, trying to catch the defender there off guard. Von Richter known for taking shots from the point, not really known for being down low and being crafty with it, but really nice play there. Gets taken down and still finds a way to get a good shot off from his knees.
17:26, still to go in this third period. Face off to the right of Hrebeck. Ends up in the far corner. Von Richter gets to it first. Can't get it out of the zone. Humphreys' pass blocked by Gardner. Von Richter tried to kick it out. Ends up back behind the Barrie net. Humphreys comes out of the corner, spins and fires. Stop, rebound. Romano couldn't get to it. Colts moving ahead. Here's Calvin Crombie on the far side. He'll dump it in. Puck goes to the corner. Desiderio gives chase. McNeil gets to it first. Woolley sends this one ahead. Von Richter keeps it at the blue line. Von Richter nearly gave that one up. Loose puck, Crombie trying to bat it ahead. Humphreys finds it. He'll get it to the line and out. Von Richter backtracking up ahead to Crombie. Calvin Crombie puts this one back into the Kitchener zone. Cameron Reed behind his own net, being chased there by Crombie. Reed up ahead to Lamb on the wing. Tanner Lamb flips this one deep. Back after it is Emerton. Emerton sends it around. Aitchison collects it here for the Colts. Up the wing, getting a stick on it was Crombie, but that doesn't get by Reed. Rangers trying to send it right back quickly. At center, Newton can't get a stick on it. Rangers get it again. Alanis this time will send it in. Rebick behind his net, leaves it for Kayshawn Aitchison. Approaching the 4-minute mark of the third period. The Colts down by 1, trying to get back into this best-of-7 series. Aitchison up the wing, getting a stick on it there is McCormick. McCormick dumps it in. Around the boards it goes. Eamon Edgar. He's taken into the boards. Rangers trying to play it. Reed gets it back behind his own net. In the corner it goes. Alanis. Double team there by a pair of Colts. That was Newton and McCormick, but Alanis stays on his skates, and the Rangers moving up. Through center is Campbell. Flips it ahead to Lamb. Back to Campbell. Campbell backhand pass, but no one there for Kitchener. McCormick will take it back. Jonah McCormick flips this one off the boards. That goes deep. He's going to go off for a change. O'Reilly, first one there to pick it up for Kitchener. Gives it to Woolley. Woolley had it taken there by Wilmot. Wilmot drops this one back behind the Kitchener net. Colts find it in the corner. Colts trying to move it around behind the net. Schneid can't get a stick on it. Far side Schneid, back to the point. Passmore. Passmore shot blocked. And that one's going to go out of play with 15:04 remaining here in this third period.
A cautious start here to the period. Kitchener with 3 shots, Barrie with 1, and most of Kitchener's pressure coming on that power play. Barrie did a good job getting through it. We've seen some mixing and matching of the lines. Schneid's out there with Hemming and Wilmot. We saw Newton, Edgar, and McCormick together. So, again, some different groups for Dylan Smoskowitz.
Face-off won by the Rangers. Andonovski takes it around his own net. Kitchener gets it out to center. Edwards got a stick on it. Puck's bouncing. Passmore sends it back to the Kitchener blue line. Woolley up ahead. Schrott got a stick on it. Sano icing. Rolls on net. Hrebic will play it for Aitchison. Aitchison takes the hit. Edwards after the loose puck. Wilmot flips this one forward. Schneid chasing after it. Here's Hemming. Hemming on the far side to Schneid. Tips it in front, but it's stopped by Kirsch. What a great pass from Hemming, but Schneid denied again by Kirsch. Rangers get it out to center. Schrott will dump this one in. Colts thought it was going to be icing, but play continues. Eliasson back to pick it up. Emerton comes out from behind the net. His pass picked off by Pridham. Sends this one back to Humphreys. Over to Romano. He'll send it back to the blue line. Rangers trying to set things up. Reed along the point. Gives it up to Campbell. Campbell trying to go to the net. Backhand. Stopped by Hrebic. Puck's loose. Campbell after it in the corner. Battling with Zabeski. Near corner now. Emerton takes the hit. He's able to set up Eamon Edgar. Edgar off the boards. Gardner over to Zabeski's got a lane. Takes the shot. Stopped by Kirsch. It goes up in the air. It's batted away into the corner. Rangers pick it up. They're going to send this one forward out to center ice. With some speed, here comes Ellis. His shot stopped by Hrebic. A big rebound comes back to the blue line, picked up by Zabeski. Zabeski to the net. Kirsch gets under it, and he's going to hold on. But for William Schneid, we talked about those great chances he had back in Kitchener in games 1 and 2, and here he is again with a great opportunity, but can't solve Kirsch.
So he's got to be sitting around wondering what more he has to do to get one past Christian Kirsch. Great look there for the Colts. Off the rush, Hemming goes back the other way, so Schneid cuts to the middle. Got loose, good opportunity there. Nice save though by Kirsch again, and then nice play by Gardner to just a nice little no-look backhander, gets it across to Zabeski, who was open up the wing. Had a good opportunity. Kirsch with the save, and that thing almost touched the retired jersey banners up there. It got so high, and nice glove by Campbell, jumps up and gets it loose to the corner.
Yeah, some good looks at both ends of the ice here in this third period. Time becoming a factor though. 13:33 left to go. Kitchener out shooting Barrie 29-21, but the Barrie Colts starting to pick up the pace a little bit there. But it's still this Rangers team shutting things down for the most part through the neutral zone.
It's a really good defensive group, and we talked about Christian Kirsch and that .897 save percentage coming into today, but he's got a really good goals against average. I mean, although he's giving up a decent amount of goals on the opportunities, he's not giving up too many goals, and that's credit to him. He does a good job, but also the Kitchener defense, because he doesn't face too many shots most of the time. And another example here tonight, Kitchener's done a good job. Barrie just got another shot added to their total, but they're only at 21 right now.
And we were kind of wondering the intermission, would the Barrie Colts maybe start to play just 3 lines, but again, we saw Edgar and McCormick out there. As Dylan Smoskowitz, he's got faith in his 4th line there, and we're seeing it there on full display.
And it feels like the lines are kind of blending together. Schnei gets a shift with the top line, and Zabeski on the 2nd line, and now we got Desiderio, Newton, and Crombie out there together. And we saw Edgar and McCormick with Newton. So guys are going back and forth. Line to line.
Crombie gets it to the corner in front. He's trying to set up Desiderio, but it doesn't connect. And the Rangers will get it down the ice. Picked up at blue line by Passmore. Desiderio trying to send it forward. Crombie dumps this one in. Kirsch behind his own net to play it. He's going to send it around the boards. That's going to go down the length of the ice. Icing indicated, but it won't be enough. That puck slows down at the hash marks. Colts after it, but taking it away was Elenis. Elenis in a battle with Desiderio. Puck goes into the near corner. Newton takes the hit from O'Reilly. Aitchison up to Crombie. He'll flip this one out to center. Pilecki's knocked down. We've actually got a penalty here as Crombie was checked into the boards. It looks like it's going to be a power play here for the Barrie Colts. As Crombie slow to get up, he's still laying down on that far side. As the training staff will come over, it's Luke Elenis who's going to head off for the penalty.
We're going to get a discussion as well between the officials. Crombie's still down, and we talked about this last period. Well, it's not what you want to see, especially in the finals. You want to see these teams fully healthy. It's just going to be a 2, but Barrie with a power play opportunity now, but we got to think about Calvin Crombie right now.
Yeah, Calvin Crombie still on the ice being attended to. Hasn't moved much since taking that hit. They're now showing the replay as it was a late hit into the boards by Elenis. So Crombie now being helped off the ice. Gabriel Eliasson's there. As remember, the Barrie Colts already missing Cole Beaudoin and Joe Salandra from their top 6, and now you've got Crombie being helped off the ice. Not a lot of movement from him as he's going to go straight down the tunnel.
Aitchison talking to the refs there, and I think from Barrie perspective, they're probably going to be asking why that wasn't reviewed. I mean, that's well away from the play. Puck had been gone for a while, and Crombie just gets dumped from behind. This Barrie team, they've been resilient all season long, and they love sticking up for their brothers, so here's another opportunity here. Try and stand up for Calvin Crombie, get a power play goal, and get this game tied up.
And this Barrie Colts power play brought to you by Frontline Hockey Apparel. You can find them at frontlinehockeyapparel.com. Colts already 0 for 2 tonight on the power play as the Rangers clear it right away. Hrebic, he'll leave it there for Von Richter. Von Richter makes his move, drops it back, picked up here by Hemming. He'll skate through center. Emil Hemming into the attacking zone, knocked away, and the Rangers get it right back down the ice. 1:35 remaining in the power play here for the Colts. Von Richter makes a move through center, carries this one in. Von Richter drops this one back. Carter Lowe chasing after it. Aitchison down low, backhand pass, but it goes off a couple of skates. Colts keeping it at the point. Aitchison, or Wilmot rather, trying to corral it along the boards. Aitchison down low as well. Carter Lowe behind the Kitchener net, as now in the near corner. Trying to send it back, he takes a hit. Fans want a penalty, none coming. Battle along the boards continues. 1:02 left in the power play for Barrie. And now a fan just threw something over the glass, looks like a can. So that's gonna pause the play. You can't be doing that. I know the fans in that section are pretty upset, but you can't be throwing debris on the ice.
Obviously, not what you want to see, and got to probably get kicked out in a minute. And Barrie, they're not happy with the hit from behind on Carter Lowe against the boards, and obviously you just saw that Crombie hit. And Barrie's going to be asking why is there not at least a penalty on that.
Well, they got it cleaned up, and they can get this face-off to the right of Kirsch. And right now on the scoreboard, Kyle Clifford in attendance.
They might need him for Game 4.
With the way things are going right now.
There isn't a healthy forward listed right now as a scratch for Barrie.
Well, the Rangers win the face-off, and right away get it down the ice. Hrebeck got the blocker on it, put it out of play, so that means the face-off's going to come in the Barrie zone with 52 seconds left on the power play.
Barrie just got to reset now. Obviously, a couple difficult moments, but Calvin Crombie, he's back on the bench, so he's not done yet here tonight. Still an opportunity here, still plenty of time, and try and get things going on this power play. Gardner will come out for Newton to take the face-off.
It's going to be Gardner taking the drop against Luca Romano. 11:47 left to go here in the third period. Face-off won by the Rangers. Puck comes to the near side, picked up by Lowe. Sends it behind the net for Von Richter, who's going to skate this one ahead. Von Richter moving it up, drops it back to Hemming. Emil Hemming through center, backhand pass to Aitchison. He'll send it around to lay it offside though against the Colts. And there's the whistle. They're going to bring this one back. With some confusion there at the Kitchener blue line. Power play now down to 34 seconds.
Dylan Smoskowitz going to make a couple changes here, giving the tap to Schneid and Zaveski, and Calvin Crombie's heading over as well. We'll take Hemming off, and Aitchison and Von Richter will stay on.
That's a great sign if you're a Barrie Colt fan, seeing Calvin Crombie back on the ice. Face-off won by the Colts, sent back to Von Richter, who's going to send it around the boards. Kirsch slows it down. Schneid blew a tire as he was trying to get to that puck. Rangers with possession, and they'll just get it down the ice. Kitchener right now keeping things simple on this penalty kill as Allen is about to come out of the box in 16 seconds. Von Richter back to Zabeski. Mason Zabeski carries this one in for Barrie. Puck's poked away and back out to center. So Barrie just can't get anything going right now on this man advantage. Von Richter dumps it in. Chasing after it is Zabeski along the boards. Rangers get it to the line and out. So the power play has expired. So Barrie now 0 for 3 on the power play tonight. So puck's behind the Kitchener net. We're actually starting to get a Let's Go Rangers chant here in the building. There's quite a few Ranger fans that made the trek up the 400 tonight. It's a good blend of junior hockey fans here in the building tonight. Right now it's the Rangers sending it down into the Barrie zone. Emerton first one on it. Eliasson out of his net. He'll send this one forward. Edgar playing it up, trying to go to Desiderio. Battle along the boards. Desiderio can't get it past Edwards. Eliasson sends it across. Cole Emerton with it. Emerton sends this one ahead. Here's Eamon Edgar. Edgar puts that one near corner. Andonovski will be the first one on it. Newton's pass deflected. That's going to go into the air and ends up going into the netting as we're now past the midway point of the third period. Still 1-0 here for the Kitchener Rangers.
Yeah, Barrie had that power play opportunity, but wasn't able to create too much. And so now down to the final 10 minutes. You got to get some opportunities. Only 4 shots right now in the period for Barrie, and right now you need to get some chances on Christian Kirsch and try and get things set up. Dylan Smoskowitz's been mixing and matching the lines, but hasn't found the right combination to get them on the board yet.
And right now, this Kitchener Rangers team, they look kind of comfortable just to sit back and let the clock run out, because you're not seeing that urgency that you would expect from this Barrie Colts team at this point in the hockey game.
Well, like you mentioned, they're a really good defensive team, and Kitchener, they trust their systems, and these two teams, they rely on their systems more than any other team, and they've got 2 of the best in the OHL, and Kitchener right now, they're doing a good job. We saw it against Brantford, where that forecheck kept wearing down on that Brantford Bulldogs team, and didn't feel like Brantford could find a response against it, but for Kitchener, they've done a good job handling it here ever since game 1. It felt like through the first 2 periods, Barrie's forecheck was getting on them, causing turnovers, but the last couple of games, Kitchener's done a good job being able to negate that get things going for themselves.
Well, I noticed in the chat, the question is the attendance. They announced it as over 4,200 tonight here at the Saddlein Arena. As it's a sellout. And apparently tickets also sold out for game number 4 Tuesday night back here at the Saddlein Arena.
I believe there may be some standing room, but
maybe,
who knows, but didn't take long. I mean, the tickets were on sale right away that night. You know, same thing in Kitchener, didn't take long, and game number 2 Friday night was the highest attendance for Kitchener since 2012.
Wasn't it over 7,500 down in Kitchener?
I believe so.
There's an incredible crowd down at the Odd the other night. And a pretty awesome crowd here tonight as well, as we'll get this face-off to the right of Kirsch. 9:59 left to go in the third period. Wilmot set to take the draw. Romano is tossed out. So in steps Christian Humphreys. Face-off won by the Rangers. Andonovski quickly sends it around the boards. Puck kept in at the point by Emerton. Here's Wilmot. Wilmot, he's taken to the boards by Humphreys. Rangers to the line, not out. Kept in by Aitchison. Here's Aitchison in the middle. Passes a one-timer. Scores! Emil Hemming finds the back of the net. And this game is tied at 1.
Well, Barrie, they were looking for their opportunities, and it took a while, but they found their best one of the night. Set up by Carter Lowe, who's playing on the top line right now with Wilmot and Hemming. Great play there, able to knock the puck loose for Aitchison. And again, Kayshawn Aitchison, similar to game number 5, an opportunity there for him to step up and take a shot here in the middle, but he sees Emil Hemming wide open for that one-timer, and it's a brand new game here in the final 10 minutes.
And it looked like Kayshawn Aitchison was going to take that shot, but instead sets up Hemming for his 14th goal of the playoffs. And the Barrie Colts, they're in this game. It's now tied at 1, 9:45 to play. So the Colts, they dug deep, found a way to get back, and now the arena, the fans here have come to life. So that's going to be an icing call, so now this puck will be brought back into the Barrie zone. But what a series this has been. Two teams just going toe-to-toe. As we're in for a fun finish here tonight.
No matter who wins this series, I think both sides have put in a great effort, and another tight one here tonight. You know, even that game number 1, I mean, it's easy to look at the box score and say 5-2, Kitchener easy win, but no, that was a tight game till the final 13 minutes of that one. It's been a great series between these two teams, and the two best teams in the OHL going at it.
There's a quick shot, but it's blocked by Gardner, and the Colts are going to get to the line, not out. Blocked by the Rangers forward. Now it's bouncing along the Colts blue line. Zabeski with possession, up ahead to Crombie. Calvin Crombie hits the brakes, sends it around the board. Zabeski behind the Kitchener net. Zabeski trying to play it, back behind the goal still, sends it to the blue line to Von Richter. Von Richter takes the shot into a crowd, but that's blocked by Campbell. Up ahead to Dylan Edwards. Edwards sends it across. O'Reilly to the net. Shot stopped by Hrebic. Rebound. And that's going to trickle across. It goes off Campbell as he was going for that loose puck. And the Rangers, they've regained the lead. It's 2-1.
Well, puck comes loose there, and Von Richter gets back, and he needs to get on to, I believe it was Dylan Edwards coming up the wing there, but no one picked up O'Reilly coming across, and he was wide open. As Von Richter comes all the way over, no one was quick enough to get back to O'Reilly. Good save there by Hrebic, but as Crombie tries to clear it, Campbell comes flying in to knock this one home as O'Reilly comes in, gets clear of Hrebic. The rebound comes out and loose, and doesn't look like any interference, and that goal's going to count.
It looked like it went off the shin of Carson Campbell, as he now has his 4th of the playoffs. And the Kitchener Rangers, what a quick response there to get back in front. So we'll see how the Barrie Colts respond as that pass is deflected down the ice. Andonovski up ahead to Ellis. Caden Ellis at center. Sets up Lamb on the near side. Tanner Lamb, backhand pass. Here's Andonovski down low for the Rangers. His pass up the skate of Hanser, and that's going to go to the far boards. Hanser sends it up to Schneid. That goes off his stick. Rangers with it. Woolley gets it out to center ice. Von Richter quickly ahead to Newton. Newton sets up Schneid. Schneid trying to force it through. Nice move by Schneid to the net. His shot scores! William Schneid! What a goal by Schneid! He would not be denied. And now this game is tied at 2.
Well, with all the moments he's had, I feel like this is the perfect time to use the terminology off the Schneid. What a play by William Schneid again. He has had so many amazing opportunities, and once again, with a beautiful deke to get through. Puck gets knocked loose. He's heading up ice. Newton quickly able to knock it forward. Dekes through one, dekes through another, and then goes forehand on Christian Kirsch. And it feels like he was just due for one to go in, no matter how good the opportunity. And a great pushback by the Barrie Colts. You tie the game after all that work they have put in, just for Kitchener to get one right back. Feels like it could be a demotivating moment, but William Schneid takes control, and we're right back at even.
What a goal by William Schneid, his 3rd of the playoffs. My, oh my, if you're not able to see video right now, you'll have to look that one up after the game. That goal was just incredible. That puck's gonna roll on net. Kirsch leaves it for Campbell. Carson Campbell back behind his own net. We got 8 minutes remaining now in the 3rd period, tied at 2. Campbell makes his move at center. Hemming got in the way of that pass. Puck's loose. Wilmot sends it into the Ranger zone. Doesn't go too far. Reed sends it across. Here's Campbell again. Campbell lost it. Puck's loose. Hemming can't take it. Rangers skate it in. Far side. Here's Reed. Reed loses it. Colts send it out to center. Picked up here by Wilmot. Wilmot across to Aitchison. He's going to send it deep. O'Reilly back to pick it up for Kitchener as Kirsch leaves it behind the net. Sam O'Reilly moving this one forward. Gets to center ice. That's sent ahead to Andonovski. Andonovski taking to the boards by Von Richter. Eliasson's going to send this one around. Here's Jonah McCormick. McCormick gets this one out. Pass picked off by O'Reilly. Edgar trying to take it back. Deflected pass up the ice. Edwards loses it. Eliasson inside his own blue line. Up ahead, McCormick tried to get a stick on it. Kirsch is going to leave it. McCormick nearly took it. Puck's in the corner. Rangers get it to the line and out. Here's Cole Emerton from his own blue line up to Edgar. Edgar sends this one deep into the Kitchener zone. We've got Edgar mixing it up with a Ranger player in between the benches. Play continues. 6:45 left here in the 3rd period, tied at 2. Rangers going to move it up. Here's Reed. Reed through center. He's tripped up, and that's going to be a penalty. Actually, I think they're going to call both players. Is this going to be embellishment on Cameron Reed? So Jaden Newton the trip, or a hook, and yes, it's going to be an embellishment call here against Reed.
Well, Reed, Newton there, especially if it's a hook, I mean, he kind of just got a piece of him there, and Reed went flying up in the air. And take a look, and kind of goes for a slide. We'll have to watch. Carson Campbell is back out on the ice. That shift there, he went off hobbling a bit, but looks like he's okay, and we'll get a bit of open ice 4-on-4.
I kind of thought that was maybe a trip on Newton, but the referee sending them both off, so it's 4-on-4 hockey. Plenty of room now for these two teams. Face-off won by the Rangers. That's going to go back into their own zone. Carson Campbell takes it around his own net as the Rangers set things up. Campbell up ahead to O'Reilly. O'Reilly from his own blue line skates this one forward through the neutral zone. O'Reilly spinning back to his own blue line as he didn't like that look. Wanted to reset. O'Reilly to Andonovski. Andonovski skating it up the wing, enters the zone. Matthew Andonovski sends this one back. O'Reilly lost it. Colts take it back the other way. Here's Kayshawn Aitchison. Aitchison's got Hemming going to the net. Passes it over, but that's out of his reach. Hemming couldn't get a stick on it. Now O'Reilly's going to come back for Kitchener. O'Reilly on that far side. Takes it to the corner. Tied up by Emerton. Loses it to Aitchison. Colts move it up. Aitchison doesn't get it too far as it's knocked down by Woolley. Rangers with it again. The 4-on-4 situation still has a minute to go. Woolley Sends us into the Barrie zone. Von Richter there to play it. Takes it around his own net. Von Richter with possession here for the Colts. Taking his time here, being pressured by Romano. Drops it back to Hemming. 44 seconds left in the 4-on-4. Hemming skates this one forward. Hemming lost it in the neutral zone. It's in his skates. Rangers pick it up. Here's Romano, or Bilecki rather. That goes off a skate. Romano sends it in front to Humphries. Humphries shot stopped by Hrebeck. And he'll pounce on that and covers it up with 5:02 still to go here in the third period.
Nice work by Bilecki getting that one loose for Humphries, who was open for a moment. Eliasson did a good job getting back, negating that chance by a bit. And for Kitchener, though, the story of the series has been the defense and the way they've stepped up with goals. And I'm not talking about Cameron Reid, the guy you expect to be scoring. I mean, it's guys like Campbell, guys like Andonovski, McNeil with 2 goals in game number 1. Bilecki, a guy that hadn't really scored much throughout the regular season. He's played on that third pairing all season, more known for his defense, has taken his offensive game to another level all throughout the postseason. And few of those guys there I don't think the Barrie Colts expected would be a big part of the scoring for Kitchener, but they certainly have been so far throughout this series.
Well, it's the playoff story. You have to expect one of those depth guys to suddenly take over and have that breakout moment. Every game, who's going to be that hero that takes over for your team? And for the Kitchener Rangers, goals tonight from O'Reilly and Campbell. And then for the Barrie Colts, Hemming and Schneid. So you've got those depth guys, like you mentioned, Campbell for the Kitchener Rangers, but William Schneid, he's had so many good looks this series and finally capitalizes. And he's a guy that you don't expect to get those goals too often.
Yeah, it's not something we've seen a lot of, but at the same time, it feels like he's had many opportunities throughout this series. Kitchener door's still open over there.
Well, I don't think they're calling another penalty here.
No, they're going to stay 4-on-4, but...
Well, it is the lengthy TV timeout.
I just wonder, because the official said something through the thing, and they've left that door open, but they're going 4-on-4, so...
Well, we'll get this face-off now to the left of Ben Hrebeck. Gardner's going to take the draw for Barrie. He's going to give some instructions here before they drop the puck. As we just wait for things to get started here for this final push. As now they're going to close the timekeeper's door. The red light comes off, and we can get play back underway. Gardner versus O'Reilly for the face-off.
Maybe they've been doing that all night.
And you just noticed now?
I just noticed now.
Well, so much for Gardner taking the face-off. He's sent out. Soon step Schneid.
Maybe that was part of that plan he drew up.
Maybe that was it, because now Gardner has the puck. Sends it over to Von Richter. He's going to peel back. Parker Von Richter. Up to Aitchison. Back to Von Richter. Von Richter skates this one in. Makes the move. Von Richter, nice move to the net. Backhand. Stopped by Kirsch. What a move by the defenseman. And Kirsch makes a huge pad save. Puck's along the boards in front. Rangers get to it, and they're going to send it down ice. Chasing after it, here's O'Reilly. O'Reilly's got a lane to the net, trying to take the shot. Blocked by Schneid. It's now a 5-on-5 situation. Puck comes back to the Barrie blue line, picked up by Gardner. Gardner flips this one deep. Andonovski, first one on it. Fanned on that clearing attempt. Newton can't keep it. Edgar putting on the pressure along the boards. Rangers with it, they'll get it out. Pass more to Eliasson. That one's going to go off Bilecki. Colts trying to keep it down in the Kitchener zone. Reed goes down, play continues. Puck bouncing back into the Barrie end. Pass more, puts that one off the boards. Edgar up to Zabeski. Mason Zabeski is going to skate it out for the Colts through center. Zabeski sends this one in. Kirsch out of his net. He'll play it behind the goal, leaving it there for his defense. Campbell has it in the near corner. Eliasson going after it. There's a shot. Kirsch the save. Ben Wilmot in the corner, trying to pass this one out in front. That's knocked to the corner by Woolley. Zabeski sends this one around, open wing. Cole Emerton at the point, takes the shot, blocked in front, and it held onto by Kirsch. As Cole Emerton trying to take advantage of the crowd parked in front of the net.
Where did these guys come from? Von Richter and Schneid with these moves, man. Von Richter, we just talked earlier in the period, oh, he's not crafty. He doesn't do that near the net. And look at that, what a move to get it to Kirsch, but this time he's able to make the save, and then Rangers off the rush go back the other way. And credit to Cameron Reid. Jaden Newton and him are coming out of the box. Newton's the one closest. His penalty box is on the Colts' end side, and somehow Cameron Reid beat him out back the other way and got out front of the net nearly for an opportunity. Luckily, it got blocked off.
Well, if we've learned anything from this series, expect the unexpected. As we'll get this face-off now to the left of Christian Kirsch. Newton's going to take the draw up against O'Reilly. Rangers get it. Puck goes behind the net, picked up by Reid. Up ahead, the Rangers moving up. Here's Sherratt. Sherratt, his pass deflected. Far side, Edwards. That goes off the end boards. O'Reilly in front, stopped by Hrebeck. Diving for it was Sherratt. He was tied up by Newton. And that puck's going to roll down the ice low, trying to beat the icing, but Andonovski will get there first. And this face-off's coming back with 3:07 remaining.
I think Kitchener feels like Colts got away with one there. Player went down through the middle. No call on the play. Colts flip it back the other way. Good effort by Carter Lowe. Nearly able to beat Andonovski back, but face-off will come back to right in front of us.
Face-off to the left of Hrebeck, won by the Rangers. Campbell takes the shot. Hrebeck didn't see it. Went wide of the net. Aitchison up to Crombie. Crombie passes this one forward. Low gets this one deep into the Kitchener zone. Campbell back to play it. Carson Campbell sends this one forward. Loose puck. Aitchison to the net. And Kirsch, he's able to hold on to that one. And we'll get a face-off with 2:48 still to play.
Good opportunity there for Barrie. It sets up that offensive zone draw. Looks like they're going to change it up. Gardner's going to come out. Schneid's following him, so is Desiderio. Aitchison and Von Richter are going to stay out there with an offensive zone opportunity here. See, look at the commentators. They got to be on that blue panel.
With how tall they are?
He's above the robot cam.
I am pretty sure they are where the cameras for Rogers usually go. There's a quick shot off the draw. It's blocked. That's going to go out of play. What a bullet. As that one was fired on net. Colts trying to get that go-ahead goal.
That feels like maybe something Parker Von Richter's looking to do. We've seen him do it a couple times right off the face-off. Quick shot. That one goes up and out of play. The first one just missed going in the net.
Gardner set to take the draw. Wins this one back to Aitchison. His shot on net. And Kirsch able to get glove on it. Now you got Desiderio mixing it up with one of the Ranger players, but those two will be quickly separated.
It's power plays tonight. Neither team has been able to capitalize. And both penalty kills. Doing a really good job. Kind of reminds me of Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals when neither team could score on the power play. Where it's kind of trending the 1-0 route, too.
Yeah, that was a game that ended 2-0 with an empty net goal. But we saw a flurry of goals earlier this period. It was 1-0 Barrie, or 1-0 Kitchener. And then we had 3 goals, and now it's tied at 2, 2:42 remaining. Face off the left of Kirsch. Face off won by the Rangers. They're going to move this one around. That's sent forward to the line. Kept in by Aitchison. Knocked out to center. Rangers trying to move it up. Sherratt sends this one deep. Schneid gets to it first. He's taken to the boards by O'Reilly. Von Richter trying to play it. Sherratt comes out from the corner. Leaving it down low. O'Reilly, he's tied up by Schneid. In front, playing it while falling. Gardner sends it up to Von Richter. He'll put this one forward. Colts with it. Desiderio to Schneid. Schneid at center. He'll dump it in. Puck comes around. Aitchison after it in the corner. Andonovski will play it. Rangers with possession. Cameron Reid back behind his own net. We're in the final 2 minutes. Right now feels like next goal wins. Rangers will take their time as they're completing a line change. They'll now move it up. Passing this one forward. On the wing. Hellenis. That got away from him into the corner. Eliasson turns it over to Lamb. Puck's in front. It's loose. Sebeski got a stick. Rebound knocked away by the Colts, and it's out to center. Now Hemming's going to go for a skate. Takes the hit there from Campbell. Puck goes around the boards. Campbell gets this one to the line. Knocked down Zabeski, trying to tuck it around. Kirsch is sprawling. And Kirsch able to cover that one up as Mason Zabeski trying to pounce on that loose puck.
Woolley pinched up here in the offensive zone for Kitchener, and it got past him, and Hemming went back the other way. Campbell was quick, though. Nice play by him, getting aggressive right on the blue line to knock him off the puck. Barrie was able to keep it in the zone, though, and puck pass up the wing. Got back to the point for Emerton, who gets it down low for Zabeski, who was alone out in front, but a good job by Kirsch. Aggressively gets out in front there, doesn't let Zabeski get across. Dives out in front of it, able to get all of it, make the save.
Colts going with Crombie, Newton up front, along with Carter Lowe. And then you've got Passmore and Aitchison at the point. Face off to the left of Kirsch. 1:21 left in the period. Face off won by the Colts. Back to the line, but it's disrupted by Edwards. Edwards trying to get it along the boards. Finds Sherratt. Sherratt passes it across. O'Reilly across. Shot, scores! Dylan Edwards puts it into the empty cage as Parevic was caught sliding across. And the Kitchener Rangers are back in front. It's now 3-2.
Another late goal for the Kitchener Rangers, and Dylan Edwards and this line, they've stepped up tonight and had all 3 goals. And Passmore got tied up. The defender got around him. Lost his stick, had to go back to retrieve it. Set up kind of a 2-on-1 play as Edwards pushes it ahead. Sherratt gets it. And then O'Reilly, great play by the Tampa Bay Lightning prospect. Everyone thinks he's going to shoot it. Drops it back for Edwards, who is sneaking behind. And the Kitchener Rangers again with a late goal. And it may be the one that sends them into a 3-0 lead here in the OHL Finals.
That was some incredible passing there by the Kitchener Rangers down low. As O'Reilly able to find Edwards. Dylan Edwards now, that would be his 13th of the playoffs. The Barrie Colts have called a timeout. As it's coming down to crunch time, approaching that final minute of the third period. With the Kitchener Rangers right now on the verge of taking a 3-0 series lead.
Well, Parevic will probably start in his crease. Obviously for Barrie, you're going to get the top guys out there. Gardner with Wilmot and Hemming, then Aitchison and Von Richter on the back end. And they had a quick response last time. Barrie needs another one here. Force overtime.
Scrambled draw, sent back to the point. Von Richter with it for the Colts. That pass goes off. Edwards back into the Barrie zone. Parevic looking to the bench as Von Richter drops it back to Hemming. Emil Hemming reaches center ice, dumps this one in. Parevic going off for the extra attacker. Ananovsky up to Sherratt. Sherratt gets it to the line. That's out, delayed offside as Hemming will touch it. We'll get a face-off outside the Kitchener blue line.
A game of inches, obviously, and just barely comes out. Looks like the Colts are going to keep Parevic on the bench, though.
Down to 48.3 seconds left in the game. Kitchener up by 1. Dylan Edwards with the go-ahead goal. Face-off won by the Colts. Von Richter over to Aitchison. Sends this one around the boards. Ananovsky sends it behind his own net. Reed's there. That's going to be sent down the ice. Empty net. Puck's rolling to the goal, and that's going to stay wide, but just barely. And now an icing call against the Rangers. 34.2 seconds left.
Well, it doesn't get closer than that for a icing and a no goal. You see it deflect off the boards. It looked like it may have taken that perfect deflection. No, barely getting an offensive zone draw with 34 seconds to go.
Well, in game number 2, Kayshawn Aitchison tied the game with 3.6 seconds remaining to force overtime down in the at the odd. If the Rangers win it, they're going to put this one down the ice, and that will be another icing call here against the Rangers.
Barrie, obviously, you're in it until the final buzzer, and they proved that in game number 2, and needing another big goal here. Said it a lot, but Kitchener, again, similar to game number 1, they just kept getting that next goal to take the lead.
Gardner is going to be tossed out of the face-off dot. No, they're just going to say it wasn't done cleanly, so Gardner stays in to take this draw against O'Reilly. Face-off won by the Rangers. Puck goes to the corner. Andonovski sends it to the line. Kept in. Von Richter shot. Side of the net. Colts trying to get to it. Puck comes to the near side. 16 seconds left. Hemming down low. At the point, Von Richter. Aitchison one-timer scores! He does it again! Sean Aitchison with 12.1 seconds remaining. And this Barrie Colts team, they're not done yet.
How do they keep doing it? Sean Aitchison has had so many clutch goals over the years for this Barrie Colts team, and every time it feels like they're about to be out of it, they find a way. 3 seconds left in game number 2, 12 seconds left in game number 3. And in game number 2, you give credit to the Colts for Ben Wilmot, Parker Von Richter, a couple big keeps. You got to give credit to the officials of all people there, because there was a clearing attempt that hit one of the officials, remained in the zone. Kirsch was out in front. He was getting into it with Carter Lowe, and that may have distracted him enough. Aitchison, a picture-perfect shot, top shelf in the left-hand corner to tie the game.
Sean Aitchison is 8th of the playoffs. He's known as Captain Clutch with this Barrie team, and that's another reason why. As the puck goes into the Kitchener zone, picked up by Zabeski, knocked off a stick. Newton shot at the buzzer, but that'll do it. We've had so much fun tonight. How about we get a little more overtime in this series?
Well, this crowd riled up now. What a finish to this one. Carson Campbell pretty frustrated right now about something. Heads off, but Barrie Colts still in it again, and they keep finding life. And we're going right back to overtime. Feels like we're saying this on a daily basis now. Game 7 and Game 1, we got to go home at the regular time, but games 5, 6, 2, and 3, we've needed extra.
But if you're going to pick somebody to score that tying goal, and if you're a Barrie Colts fan, 9 times out of 10, you're going to pick Sean Aitchison, and he does it. He has that cannon of a one-timer. We've seen it all year long throughout his OHL career. 8 goals now in this postseason, and for the Barrie Colts, this is a must-win game. That you don't want to let this Kitchener Rangers team have a 3-0 series lead. And for Aitchison and company, they're going to have to dig deep here in overtime after what we saw down at the Odd in game number 2.
Yeah, the one thing I think Barrie's got going right now is in that third period, no one looked too tired. They're not. It's not like game number 2 where it kind of felt like they were just chasing it late and were pretty tired. Like here, right now, both these teams are both battling, but they're both still in it. And for Barrie, I mean, that was their best period of the night, and they got to keep that rolling going into overtime. They've got the home crowd behind them. This crowd is rocking right now, and it's started to calm down as everyone's going for a washroom break and a snack break. But you know, they've just kept fighting, and they've got another opportunity here.
So we will take a break so we can rest up our voices a little bit, but we will come back. We'll check in on the chat as we get ready for another overtime in this OHL Final. So it's 3-3 after 60 minutes of play, and we will return. Well, we're getting ready for a little more overtime hockey in this OHL Final between the Barrie Colts and the Kitchener Rangers. What a series this has been, back and forth, tooth and nail. The Kitchener Rangers had the lead 3 separate times, but each time the Barrie Colts found a way to come back, and surprise, surprise, Kayshawn Aitchison, the blast at 12 seconds remaining, and we have a 3-3 hockey game.
Yeah, it's been a great game tonight. It took a while for the scoring to get going. It was 1-0 most of the game, but they're in that third period, both teams with some goals. Barrie with 3, Kitchener with 2, and I mean, these two teams, it's, you know, obviously if Kitchener gets the next goal, the narrative's going to be that, oh, Kitchener's way better, but I mean, it's been a tight series, and it kind of feels like it's almost a disservice to Barrie's effort if they were to go down 3-0 here.
Oh, for sure, and the chat, it has been alive and well. I'm seeing we almost have 200 people on the broadcast right now. So thank you for everyone tuning in here tonight as we get ready for overtime. And we're going to check out the chat. Trippy Dude says, one thing's for sure, Barrie and Kitchener have made this a very exciting playoff.
Yeah, it's been a very entertaining postseason run for both sides, obviously. And I think part of that, too, is, you know, those second rounds, for example. I mean, you're coming into it and thinking, okay, Barrie, Ottawa, Kitchener, Sioux, it's going to be such tight series, and, you know, maybe Barrie and Kitchener were the favorites coming in, but I don't think anyone expected either of those series to be done in 5 games. So I think from a fan base perspective, that's got to be pretty exciting, you know, to go out there against a team that it's thought of, hey, we're close with these guys, and go out and dominate them in the way they did. And then obviously in that conference finals, you know, Kitchener, they just kind of business as usual, won in 5 games over Windsor. But from Barrie, I mean, to force that 3-1 comeback on the Brantford Bulldogs. I almost said Steelheads. But yeah, it's been an entertaining postseason run for us, that's for sure, and a lot of overtime action.
CYKF Zamboni says, as much as I'm cheering for a certain team, bonus hockey is always the best. That being said, I'm glad it's not a shootout. And I think many of us here in the building excited that this game will not be settled in a skills competition. Unlike international play, they still settle in a shootout. Yeah,
World Juniors, IHF, everything is 3-on-3 and then a shootout. Actually, I think gold medal, though, is unlimited 3-on-3. So right. that one does get decided. And usually by the medal rounds as well, it's 10 minutes of 3-on-3. So if you don't, I think if it's 3-on-3 for 10 minutes, you don't settle it. It's kind of fair to go to a shootout. That seems like that's a conversation point in the NHL as well about, like, should it be 10 minutes? And I think it should, because I think that's kind of that fair amount. Oh, yeah. Hi, Dallin Wakely.
Oh, Dallin Wakely's here.
I knew I recognized it.
There
anyway,
you go. Back on track.
But yeah, but 5 minutes kind of feels too short, but 10 minutes kind of feels like, okay, after 10 minutes, if we haven't solved this, like, let's just get into a shootout.
Yeah. Now, Amanda talks wrestling, watching/listening to this from Thunder Bay, so thanks for doing this stream. Thunder Bay. That's awesome.
We've joked about going there.
I know there's been talk about why don't they have an OHL team in Thunder Bay.
No? Sorry, Amanda, but no.
Okay, so we're not starting that conversation.
Well, we can talk about it. It's too far.
That's true. We've got Dean saying Colts have to win tonight. Who do you think gets the OT goal?
I'll go with Wilmot for Barrie, and I'll take Pridham for Kitchener.
Okay, I'm going to go with, I want to say William Schneid for Barrie, just because he's been all over it.
He's been great.
And you got to go with Cameron Reed for Kitchener. Those would be my picks.
He's a guy that's kind of due for a goal.
Yeah, he's been all over the ice. So if the Rangers are going to win tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if Cameron Reed is a factor in that one. We've got, let's see, who are we going to, let's go to T-Dotch. Don't care, work harder. We've been hearing that a lot since Game 7, of the Eastern Conference Final.
Everywhere you go, and it's a fun motto, and you hear it pretty often. And it's the same as after that press conference. It felt like a day and a half of just getting text messages. What was that about?
Yeah,
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Everyone's talking about it. Dan Spears, Barrie Colts, thanks for making this broadcast and chat available to all of us, no matter how far away. A fan is a fan. What a game. Patrick Chasey, Aitchison cannot go to the AHL this year, too young. Oh, I saw that conversation. Some were wondering why Aitchison isn't in the American Hockey League. But to note, for next season, 19-year-olds will be allowed, if they're drafted in the first round, can go to the American Hockey League. So that's going to be a whole new dynamic next year, and that's why many are thinking Aitchison will likely be playing for Hamilton of the American Hockey League if he doesn't make the New York Islanders next year.
Yeah, and of course Aitchison anyway is he's that late birthday, so it's weird. So he is an 06, so he would be an overager next year, obviously. And so Barrie, they're not going to be affected by that rule. We all knew Aitchison, Beaudoin, and Hemming were moving on at the end of the year. But for Kitchener, Cameron Reid is a guy that is going to be in his 19-year-old season next year, so he could be that guy for the Nashville Predators. There's also been some rumblings that he could go the NCAA route. It's just a whole lot of dynamics going on, and now there's rumors that the import draft this year, you'll be allowed to draft 16-year-olds as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a few changes still to come around the Ontario Hockey League. The players are coming out onto the ice. Let's get to a couple more comments in the chat. Ivy Jinsey says, great to see the Colts play strong, being down a couple of players. Because remember, no Cole Beaudoin, no Joe Salandra, so that's a big hit. We've got, yeah, there's a lot here. Dylan Edwards, we got people cheering for him. That's who they're picking. We've got Richard saying Cash for the winning goal. Martin says Edwards for MVP. We got Adam Pinn. Would the series be any different if Cole Beaudoin was playing?
Well, it's a question you got to ask. I mean, you know, he's coming into that game number 5 where he got injured. He'd been the best player in the OHL so far this postseason. I mean, he led the way by far. He still leads the OHL in points so far this playoffs. That's how impressive Cole Beaudoin has been. So, yeah, I think he would become a big factor in this series, obviously. And, you know, it just moves guys down the lineups as well. I mean, you know, one of Wilmot, Zabeski, and Hemming get added to your second line, and then Desiderio's probably down on the fourth line, and you know it deepens your team a bit and creates more opportunities for other guys in lesser minutes against lesser competition. And for Barrie, obviously pretty disappointing not to have him, but such is life. You don't have him, you move on. It's a brotherhood attitude here, and they're not going to back down from a fight just because Cole Beaudoin's out of the lineup.
Here's a fun one. Ashley Tanti, listening from Australia.
Oh.
Love the play-by-play. Go Colts, go. Wow, we've got someone listening from down under.
There was a tweet about that Game 7, I believe, that there was someone from Australia, so maybe that's the same person.
Maybe, but that is amazing. Martin says, Kirsch got them here. Zamboni saying, oh wow, Ashley, that's cool. Denise says, my neighbors are probably wondering why I'm screaming. Those last minute goals have my blood pressure up.
Yeah, you can see it in this building here. A lot of tense moments there down the stretch, but when Barrie got those goals, that crowd unleashed all that tenseness. Celebratory fashion.
Well, we've got David and Frank both saying Wilmot will have the OT winner for the Barrie Colts. So we will see what's in store here. They line up for the face-off, and we are underway. Overtime period in Game 3 of the OHL Championship Series. Antonovsky behind his own net. He'll pass this one up to Edwards. Dylan Edwards through center, sends it across. Here's O'Reilly, drops it back. Pridham to O'Reilly. That goes behind the Barrie net. O'Reilly sends it to the point. Reid continues it. One-timer. That's Antonovsky. That's going to go over the net. Pucks along the boards. Rangers still with possession in front. Antonovsky with it. Takes the shot. Diving was Wilmot. Got in the way of that shot. And the Colts get this one down the ice. It won't be enough for icing as Romano will pick it up here for the Rangers. Luca Romano. He'll skate this one up for Kitchener. Passes it over Humphreys. His shot stopped. Rebound. Puck comes back to the point. Woolley keeps this one in for the Rangers. Sends this one over to Campbell. Carson Campbell back to Woolley. Woolley fires. Glove saved by Hrevik. And he's going to hold on. And Hrevik kind of slow after his reaction there. I wonder if maybe that puck got him in a soft spot in that glove.
Well, looks like he's all good, though. Going to stay in, obviously. And good start for Kitchener, ramping up the pressure. Already 3 shots there in this opening minute. We've seen that out of Barrie the last couple games. Kind of just let the chances come to them. They're not going to push too super hard here in overtime, and when they get their chances, they're going to try and take advantage of them.
They're waiting for that opportunistic play as the Colts get it around the boards. Carter Lowe trying to get out the zone. He will. That's batted down by Humphreys. Puts it right back into the Barrie end. Eliasson sends this one around. Von Richter, his pass is deflected. Lowe is there for the Colts. Carter low, up to Schneid. Schneid gets this one into the Kitchener zone. There's Woolley. He'll send it back to Campbell behind his own net. Woolley receives the pass. He'll skate this one forward. Jared Woolley through center, dumps this one in. Puck goes behind the Barrie net. Picked up there by Woolley. Crombie. He'll pass this one ahead. Colts get it to the center ice. That's batted down. Coming up with it now is Humphreys. Back inside his own blue line as the Rangers set up. Both teams are making line changes as Andonovski goes behind his own net. Matthew Andonovski scored the overtime winner in Game 2. As he's out there right now, passes it up to Lamb on the wing. Lamb's pass goes off Aitchison. Andonovski to the net. That's guided to the corner by Hrebeck. Rangers trying to move it around. Colts with it. Aitchison behind his own net. Kayshawn Aitchison. He'll move this one ahead. Passes it up. Newton didn't see it. Rolls on net, so no ice. And Kirsch decides to cover it up. He thought about playing it for a moment, but he had Calvin Crombie coming in on the net.
You gotta be careful there. A bit hesitant. All of a sudden, Crombie's charging the net with an opportunity there, but Kirsch able to cover it. Now, Barrie, like we talked about, calm, patient, and now offensive zone opportunity. Top line will come out, and they'll try and get their chances here.
So the face-off will come to the right of Kirsch. O'Reilly taking the draw against Wilmot. Face-off won by the Rangers. Reed has it in the corner. Facing pressure there, sends it around. Elenes takes a swing at it. That's going to go out to center ice, picked up by Wilmot. Wilmot across to Aitchison. Ahead, Hemming. Got a stick on it. Puck rolls behind the net. Zabeski's there for Barrie. Mason Zabeski trying to play it. Picked up here by Wilmot. Wilmot backhand. That hits Zabeski's side of the net. Picked up by Andonovski. He's going to send it around. Elenes gets to it. Flips it down the ice. That's going to be picked up by Aitchison at his own blue line. Aitchison off the boards. Knocked there by Andonovski. Here's Lamb. Lamb sends this one forward. On the wing, O'Reilly. Back to Lamb. Lamb waits. Fires. Stopped by Hrebeck. Tanner Lamb with a great shot. Rangers move it back to the point. Kept in by Campbell. Campbell, he'll send this one around. Down low, O'Reilly. Back behind the net. Eliasson takes his man into the boards. Sherratt sends us back to the point. Campbell stands on it. Colts get to it. They're going to send it ahead. Emil Hemming after the loose puck. Blocked there by Woolley. Falling on it is Sherratt. Sherratt kicks this one out to the neutral zone. Delayed offside now against the Colts. Barrie's going to make a line change as Woolley takes his time, sets up Edwards. Dylan Edwards takes the shot on goal, and that goes right into the glove of Ben Hrebeck.
Saw there off that face-off. Well, Sam O'Reilly's out there, but he's got Arquette and Lamb with him. Not trying to waste those top guys on that defensive zone draw, but you want to get O'Reilly out there as one of the best defensive forwards in the OHL, and then puck goes back the other way. Arquette and Lamb head off after a nice look by Lamb. And you bring on those top guys to try and keep the momentum going. And then Hemming nearly had a break back the other way as well.
Colts get it off the draw. They send it forward. Schneid had a piece of it. Backhand pass. It's bouncing in the neutral zone. Romano will send it deep. Eliasson back to play it. Sends this one around. Colts get it down the ice. Back to the Kitchener blue line is Andonovski. Andonovski sends it across to Humphreys. Christian Humphreys will send this one into the Barrie zone. Von Richter there to play it for the Colts. Drops it for Eliasson along the boards. Eliasson trying to kick it free, had Humphreys in the way. Von Richter comes up with it. Flips this one up the middle, down the ice. Collected by Campbell. Passing this one forward. Romano dumps it in. He's going to go off for a change. Hrebeck leaving it for Eliasson as the Colts will set things up. Gabriel Eliasson behind his own net. Up ahead, Von Richter. Across to Newton on the wing. Jaden Newton passing this one forward. That's blocked, and the Rangers send it out the other way. Lamb after it. Doesn't go too far as Hanser gets a stick on it. Colts recover. Newton to Edgar. Edgar will dump this one in. So back to play it here is Jared Woolley. Woolley comes out from behind his own net. He's going to skate this one out for Kitchener. Woolley into the attacking zone. Takes the shot. That's going to go wide of the net. Campbell at the point. Takes the shot. Blocked by Calvin Crombie, and that's going to go back into the Kitchener zone. 5 minutes now gone in overtime as Campbell has it at center for Kitchener. That's sent into the zone. Hrebeck behind the net. Hrebeck's going to send this one around. Crombie trying to play it. On the boards, that's flipped to the line. Andonovski keeps this one in. Here's Andonovski, moves it up, passes it over, side of the net, and that's going to go over the goal. Andonovski again along the near boards this time. Colts get to it and send it out to center. Reed sends this one across. Carrying it in is O'Reilly. O'Reilly down low for Kitchener. He's going to send it around. Reed at the point. Into the middle. It's in the skates of Edwards. He'll just flip that to the far corner. Sherratt gives chase. Sebeski gets to it first. Reed comes off the point. Wilmot keeps it away from him. Battle along the boards. Wilmot's going to get it to the line. And that'll escape the zone. They touch it, so offside on Kitchener. And we'll get this face-off outside the Barrie blue line.
Oh, puck barely coming out there. Allows Barrie to get a reset. Some fresh bodies out there. Wilmot and Sebeski were out there for a bit in the offensive zone, so they'll both come off. Hemming will still come on with Lowe and Schneid. And for Smoskowitz right now, looks like McCormick and Govro are probably going to sit this one out, but Eamon Edgar remains on, and we've seen all 6 defensemen so far as well.
Face-off won by the Rangers. Woolley's going to send this one in the zone. Aitchison behind his own net. Humphreys throws the hit. Pridham trying to get a stick on it there. Sent ahead to Hemming. Hemming gets this one out for the Colts to Aitchison. Aitchison on the wing. He'll flip this one around the Kitchener net. First one on it is Woolley. Campbell collects it here for the Rangers. Sends it ahead. Humphreys on the wing. Knocked away there by Emerton. Emerton after it. He's taken to the boards by Humphreys. Schneid puts behind the net. Rangers with it. Backhand. Stopped by Hrebic. Campbell can't keep that one at the point. Woolley back. Colts have to regroup. Delayed offside against Kitchener, so this gives Aitchison some time. Kayshawn Aitchison behind his own net. Looks at the clock. We got 13-17 still to go in overtime. Aitchison tied the game with 12 seconds remaining to force overtime. That's going to go deep into the Kitchener zone. Reed, first one on it, takes the hit from Newton. Puck's bouncing, Rangers get to it. Ellis, he'll send this one out. Ellis trying to play it. Puck got away from him. Puck picked off by Andonovski, back into the Barrie zone. Von Richter, backhand pass taken by Ellis. Ellis trying to get a lane to the net, reaching for it, and that's taken by the Colts. Von Richter able to come back. Parker Von Richter, he's going to skate this one out for the Colts, sends this one in. Kirsch trying to slow it down behind the net. Eamon Edgar back behind the goal. Andonovski's there, chips it to the far corner. Lamb up to Elenis. Luke Elenis, he'll skate through the neutral zone on the wing. Hemming takes him into the boards. Colts recover, sending it ahead. Ben Wilmot chases after it. It's got to land to the net. Wilmot shot stopped by Kirsch. A Ranger player just crashed into the end boards. That was Carson Campbell. Puck goes down the other way, in front, off the post. Edwards strikes iron. Colts trying to get it out, and they will. Tanner Lamb with it now in the neutral zone. He'll dump it in. Picking it up, here is Emerton. Kayshawn Aitchison up the wing. Hemming receives the pass. Trying to get around Campbell. Hemming still on it. Forced to the corner. Back to Aitchison. One-timer. Bouncing off the end boards. It's at the side of the net. Sebeski trying to find it. He can't get to it. Aitchison at the point. Back to Emerton. Wilmot, side of the net. He's going to go back behind the Kitchener goal. Wilmot with possession. He's taken into the boards. Loose puck. Sebeski back to the blue line. Emerton. Aitchison. His shot's blocked. Campbell trying to get a stick on it. Sends it up to Edwards. Dylan Edwards now going for a skate for the Rangers. Cuts to the middle, but that's going to be offside against Kitchener.
Well, Barrie, they were getting their looks there. Nice one-timer by Aitchison. Kirsch didn't know where it was. It came loose out in front. Sebeski had an opportunity. Couple pucks moving around there, and then Kitchener finally able to get it out. Looked like they may have had a rush back the other way, but just offside. Good opportunities there, though, for Barrie's top line.
Shots now 42-34 in favor of Kitchener. 11:25 left in the overtime period. Face-off outside the Colts blue line, won by Gardner. Hanser up the wing. Schneid gets this one to go behind the Kitchener net. First one on it, Andonovski knocked down by Lowe. Lowe back to the line, Eliasson. Eliasson takes the shot, side of the net. Gardner gives chase, picked up by Edwards. Sends this one forward, O'Reilly can't get it out. Puck goes off Andonovski and into the corner. Carter Lowe trying to get a stick on it. That's flipped to the point, knocked down by Eliasson. Up ahead, Lowe trying to get a stick on it. There's Sherratt, and the Rangers clear. Carrying this one in is O'Reilly. O'Reilly trying to get around Von Richter. Forced to the net in front, but the Ranger player couldn't get a stick on it. Now the Colts come back. Gardner, he's at the end of his shift, so he's going to dump it in. Campbell picks it up here for Kitchener. Both teams completing line changes. Woolley gets it in the Barrie zone, bouncing off a few legs at center ice. Rangers dump it in. Aitchison back to pick it up here for Barrie. He'll send it around. Newton on the far side. It's in Newton's skates. It's inside the blue line. Rugby scrum as Passmore will get this one out to center. Backtracking is Campbell. Over to Woolley. Back to Campbell. Carson Campbell facing pressure there. Sends this one ahead. Picked up by Humphreys. Christian Humphreys takes a bump. Stays on it. Humphreys at the point. Sends this one down low. Rangers move it around. That pass is blocked by Passmore. Puck's in the corner. Passmore kicks it to the side. Humphreys is there for the Rangers. And that's going to be taken by the Colts. In the way was Pridham. Humphreys doesn't take the shot. Stays with it. Now fires. And that goes wide of the net. Newton, first one on it here for the Barrie Colts. He's going to move this one up off the boards. It's in the neutral zone. Ellenis is there. Puck's loose. Here's Kayshawn Aitchison. Aitchison waits, fires. That's deflected. And Kirsch will get under that one and holds on for the face-off with 9.5 minutes left in this overtime period.
Some good opportunities there on both sides. And Kitchener, really good job keeping it in the zone. Nice play by Horebic, though. Recognized where the Ranger players were on the ice. Knew Newton would have a lane to get it out of the zone. He could have just covered it and gotten that whistle, but that would have created an offensive zone draw for Kitchener. Now it's going to go back the other way, fresh off of the TV timeout here. So Barrie, you expect those top guys are going to be back out there. Aitchison already was. You got to guess he'll just stay right on. I wonder how many minutes he's going to get to tonight.
Wasn't it over 44 minutes in game 2?
It was something like that. He's hit 43 times now this postseason.
Well, really since game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final against Brantford, it just feels like Aitchison never leaves the ice.
He doesn't leave the ice, it feels like. And both sides, I mean, you don't want to lose, and so you're going to put your best guys out there as much as possible. And you look at it from a Kitchener side. Sam O'Reilly, he's so good offensively, but he's just as good defensively. So it's like, when do I put that line out on the ice? Because you want to use him every shift, because offensive zone draw, defensive zone draw, he's probably the best guy for both, but you can only use him so much.
Well, it has been a very entertaining game here tonight. Tied at 3, shots favoring the Rangers 42-35. The goaltending here tonight has been something else. Both Horebic and Kirsch have had to make some outstanding saves in their crease. As we'll get ready for this face-off to the right of the Ranger net. No surprise, Sam O'Reilly out there to take the draw here for the Kitchener Rangers. And for the Colts, Ben Wilmot, he's going to step in. That one wasn't done cleanly, so we'll do this one again. I was wondering why Wilmot had a clean pass.
Easy. Barrie looked like they had something designed there. They're going to switch it back, though, here.
Puck ends up going into the corner. Rangers pick it up. Reed over to O'Reilly. Sends this one ahead to Edwards. Puck bounced on him. Edwards catches up to it. Takes a bump from Emerton. Edwards sends it behind the net. Far side, the Rangers with possession. That's O'Reilly. Sam O'Reilly sending this one down behind the net to Aitchison. Aitchison continues it around to Emerton. Cole Emerton flips this one ahead. Puck stays in the zone. Edwards bats it ahead. Rangers with possession. Sherratt keeps it down low. O'Reilly in the corner, back to Reed. Cameron Reed waits. He'll skate to the other side. Trades places with Andonovski. Andonovski's shot blocked by Hemming. Puck goes to the side, and it's picked up by the Colts. Colts moving up. Aitchison ahead for Hemming. Puck bounced on him. Colts, however, get it back at center ice. Emerton's going to dump it in. Back to play it here is Cameron Reed. Reed's another player that never seems to leave the ice as he lost it there to Zabeski. Sends it around to Crombie on the near side. Calvin Crombie His pass picked off by Andonovski. Edwards rather, trying to take it, and he will. Sends this one over to Lamb. Lamb will dump this one in, collected by Von Richter in his own zone. Puts it off the glass. Here's a chance now for Calvin Crombie. Crombie to Schneid, and the puck bounce. Backhand, stopped by Kirsch. Ellis is going to take it back the other way for Kitchener, but he turned it over to Von Richter. Von Richter, though, loses it to Ellis. He's got Ellis going to the net. He's forced to the corner. Ellis behind the Barrie net, in front, shot stopped by Hrebeck, and he's going to pounce on that one, but what a rush there, Crombie and Schneid.
Oh, Schneid gets that one on his stick. It may be game over. Great opportunity, and you can feel that crowd just ready to erupt. And then great play by Schneid to just throw it at the net. He knew he wasn't going to get a clean shot off, just send it to the net, see what happens. And Barrie was nearly able to come free with an opportunity, and then there, Kitchener nearly creating an opportunity of their own as well. Bit of a 3-on-2 as Von Richter was trying to get back, but not able to get the shot they were looking for.
Face off to the left of Hrebeck. Colt player falling on the puck. That's Jaden Newton. He's got to make sure he doesn't touch it with his glove. Puck comes back to the point, kept in by the Rangers. Humphreys takes the shot, stopped by Hrebeck. Woolley trying to keep it in the zone, and it's batted down the ice. Edgar trying to play it. Sent back into the Barrie zone. Romano after it. Luca Romano from the corner. Back to Reed at the blue line. Sets it across. One-timer! Blocked by Lowe. Carter Lowe gets it here for the Colts. He'll send this one down ice. That one's deflected, so no icing. Reed puts it behind the net. Andonovski with possession. He'll send this one forward. Icing indicated. Rangers are protesting it, but it's coming back into the Kitchener zone with 7:14 left in overtime.
It took 0.1 second after that for Keishon Aitchison to get on the ice there. He was right out right away. And another one-timer there from Andonovski. Seems like that's the play Kitchener's wanting to get. It worked in game number 2. And look, already seen it a couple times in this overtime with Reed on the point, sending it across to Andonovski for that one-timer.
Face-off won by the Colts. Aitchison has it along the half boards, facing pressure there from Pridham. Aitchison takes it to the net, passes it back, one-timer! That goes over the goal by Wilmot. Rangers are going to clear this one down the ice, so that's going to be another icing call as they win the face-off, and Keishon Aitchison being pretty crafty down below the red line.
Great job fighting off that pressure. I don't know how he got that lane, and saw a defender converging, so he sends it out front to Wilmot. Great pass, great shot, but Wilmot misses over top.
Face-off won by the Rangers. Puck's in the corner. Zabeski after it. Puck sent around. Humphreys trying to send it back to the defense. It's Cameron Reed behind his own net. Up to Jack Pridham. Pridham will skate this one out. His pass picked off at center by Wilmot. He couldn't control it. Romano. He'll send this one around the boards. Kitchener right now making a change. Andonovski's shot. That goes wide. Hemming. Backhand pass up to Zabeski at center. Zabeski gets by Reed, trying to get a lane to the net, but he had Andonovski in the way. Sherratt in his own zone. He'll pass this one up to Edwards. Dylan Edwards sends this one over. That's flipped towards the net. Shot wide of the goal. After it here is Wilmot. Wilmot gets to the line and out. Colts move this one forward. Puck's bouncing. Schneid trying to get around Campbell. Campbell has to play it. Schneid will take him into the corner. Rangers trying to get it out. Shot from the point. That's blocked by O'Reilly. That went off his ankle. Ends up in the neutral zone. O'Reilly, he is hobbling after blocking that shot. Gardner's going to send this one deep. O'Reilly heading off to the bench. Campbell sends that one around. Far side, Sherratt. Sherratt trying to get it out. He'll play this one back to Campbell. Carson Campbell moving it up for the Rangers. That pass picked off by Crombie. Calvin Crombie backhand pass, but it's taken by Woolley. And now Jared Woolley's going to go for a skate. Woolley on the far side, hits the brakes, passing it back to Ellis. Puck's bouncing, and then two players collide. Batted there by Aitchison. He has it on the boards. Crombie trying to play it. 5:20 left in overtime. After that loose puck is Newton. He's at the end of his shift. Doesn't go too far, and Lamb will come back the other way. Tanner Lamb forced to the outside. In front shot, stopped by Hrebeck. That was Ellis with the chance. Colts move it forward. Keishon Aitchison. He'll send this one around. After it here is Reed. Drops it back to Andonovski. Andonovski up to Lamb. Lamb's pass is deflected out to center. Ellenis will dump this one in. Hanser back to play it for Barrie. Carter Lowe has it behind his own net. Lowe up ahead, finds Edgar. On the wing, Newton. He's going to dump this one in. Around the boards it goes. Edgar throws his weight around. Reed back behind his own net. Puts it off the end boards to Andonovski. Andonovski will carry this one forward for Kitchener. Passing this one up to Lamb. Tanner Lamb in the corner, back to Humphreys. Humphreys' shot goes wide of the net. Hemming after the puck. It's kept in at the blue line by Campbell. Down low, Romano after it. Taken by Hanser. Hanser trying to send this one around. Here's Campbell. Back to the blue line. Pridham waits. Poked away there by Lowe, but he gets it again. Pridham sending this one down low. Here's Von Richter. Von Richter trying to play it. That's kicked behind the Barrie net. Rangers still with possession. Humphreys trying to go back to Woolley. He does. Into the corner. Pridham sends this one back to the point. Campbell fires into the crowd. Side of the net, and not able to get there in time was Humphreys. Christian Humphreys spins and sends this one around. O'Reilly's on the ice, so good news there for Kitchener fans. Along the boards, trying to send it back to the point. Colts throwing a couple of hits there. Puck goes behind the Barrie net. Wilmot in tight quarters, turns it over, gave it right to O'Reilly. O'Reilly along the board, sends it back to the point. Campbell down low. Rangers trying to move it quickly. That goes in the air. Colts trying to find it. And we're going to get a whistle here for a high stick with 3:24 remaining here in overtime.
Barrie, they take any whistle they could get there. Kitchener was all over them. Wilmot thought he had an opportunity to clear, couldn't get it out. Gave Kitchener more life, but face-off will stay in the zone, and it'll be that top line for Kitchener right back out there with Reed and Andonovski on the point. Although this time it's Reed on his offside.
Face off to the left of Hrebeck. Shots now 44-36 for Kitchener. 3:24 left in overtime. Who is going to be the hero in game number 3 of this OHL Championship Series? Gardner set to take the draw here for the Colts. Scrambled draw. Colts will pick it up. They're going to skate it forward. That's Schneid. Schneid reaches center, dumps this one in. Kirsch slows it down. Sebeski on the far side. He's tied up by Reed. Poked away by Gardner. Gardner in the corner, trying to keep it away from O'Reilly. Falls on top of the puck. Gardner gets back up. Puck poked away at the point. Emerton, Aitchison, one-timer, stopped by Kirsch. Andonovski picks up the loose puck, sends it ahead quickly. Sherratt, that's out of his reach. Puck sent back to the neutral zone, but Edwards is there. He's going to dump it in. Emerton, deep in his own zone, up the middle. Getting a stick on it there was Schneid. Schneid keeps it in the attacking zone. Good hand-eye. Edwards can't get it out. Went off Schneid, or Newton rather. Hayden Ellis now skates it in. Ellis puts that one behind Edwards. And that puck's going to go back behind the Barrie net. Colts after it. Aitchison tied up by Lamb. Up to Eamon Edgar. Edgar at his own blue line. Decides to skate it back. He's got Lamb on him. Calvin Crombie receives the pass. Crombie into the attacking zone. He'll send this one around. Ellenis takes the hit from Edgar. Rangers get it out. Puck's bouncing in front of the Kitchener bench. Calvin Crombie comes up with it, flips this one deep. Crombie gives chase. Campbell behind his own net. He'll send this one forward. Tanner Lamb on the far side. Lamb takes the hit from Crombie. Back into the Kitchener zone it goes. Woolley back to Campbell. That's going to be deflected, so no icing. Von Richter back to pick it up. Parker Von Richter. He's going to leave it there for Gabriel Eliasson as they slow things down a bit. Von Richter across for Hemming. Hemming can't control that pass. Andonovski back to Reed. Cameron Reed sends this one up to Romano. Luca Romano on the wing, fires on goal, turned aside by Hrebeck. Reed trying to get a stick on it. That's batted to the line, and that's going to be offside here against Kitchener if they touch it. Colts get it down the ice. Won't be enough for icing. Here's Andonovski, takes the hit from Wilmot. Reed skates this one forward for the Rangers. Cameron Reed Makes a move through center, still with it. Reed has it knocked away. Ends up in the corner, in front. No one there for the Rangers. We're in the final minute of the first overtime period. Gardner's going to send this one deep. Ends up behind the Kitchener net. Rangers with it. Campbell over to Reed. Cameron Reed passing this one forward. Here's O'Reilly. O'Reilly sends this one in. That went off Cole Emerton. Colts able to pick it up as Kitchener makes a line change. 35 seconds left here in overtime. Aitchison directing traffic from behind the net. 28 seconds as Aitchison still standing there. Right now the Barrie Colts completing a line change. 22 seconds. Up to Cole Emerton. Crombie gets this one to go into the Kitchener zone. Woolley's there, sends it around. Edwards takes the hit from Schneid. Schneid has it in his skates. Colts are trying to move it around. Schneid's on top of it. 6 seconds left in the period. Schneid moves it, ends up behind the Kitchener net. Woolley has it, and that will do it for the first overtime period. We're not done yet.
Well, if there was ever going to be a double overtime, glad it was a 6 o'clock home game.
Well, I was going to say, this is typically the time when a 7 o'clock game would end, is at 9:30.
Yeah, so we're just still on, we're on cruise control. We're good.
My, oh my, what a game we've had here between the Kitchener Rangers and the Barrie Colts. It's been an exciting game, plenty of chances. Shots right now, 45-37 for Kitchener. But yeah, this place, it was ready to erupt a couple of times there.
Yeah, 5 shot advantage for Kitchener in the overtime period, and a couple good chances on both sides, but it felt like for the most part, there was a lot of moments as well, though, where it felt like both teams were more concerned about, okay, let's not give up the goal. If we got to wait to get the goal, let's just not give it up right now, and let's calm down and reset. So pretty defensive-minded period, but also when those chances came, the chances came. I like Barrie's push in the overtime there. They weren't sitting back, and again, like I said in the third, I feel like that rest factor has kind of gone away. Kitchener's played a lot now. They're kind of on even grounds now.
And it's going to be, I'd assume at this point, it's probably not going to be a pretty goal.
Nope.
And it may be an unlikely hero that wins it for either side now that we're going into double overtime.
Well, Eliasson's had 2 interviews today. Maybe he's feeling good and he can get one.
You just never know. So it is the intermission here between overtime periods. We're going to take a break so we can rest up our voices. But when we come back, we'll take a look at what's happening in the chat, and we'll get you ready for the second overtime period from the Sadlin Arena. So welcome to the overtime intermission. Couldn't
guess.
solve it in the first overtime period, so now we're going to have to do a little double. Yeah, this has been, what a hockey game here tonight. It was 1-0 for Kitchener going into that third period. They suddenly had a burst of goals. It was 1-1, 2-1, 2-all, and then late 3-2. Aitchison, 12 seconds remaining, 3-3, and now
Nothing.
no more goals. Where did they go?
I don't know. It's funny how that works, because you'd think maybe in a game like this you get the goals early on, and then in the third period it tightens up. But then in the third period it opened way up, and both teams were scoring left and right. And then overtime came around, and both teams got back to being pretty defensive. So it's a tight one, and who knows how long we're going to be here.
Yeah, so this is going to be an entertaining double overtime now. We'll see how long we're going to be here. It's nice that, as you mentioned, it was a 6 o'clock start, so we're not too late.
We're not too late.
Yeah, so we'll make that work. But we do have the chat up and running. It's been amazing seeing how many have been taking part. We want to thank everyone for tuning in so far, and just seeing how some of the conversations are going. Let us see. We've got some people talking about the NHL. Montreal's winning right now in Buffalo.
5-2.
Yeah, so the Habs are up on that. We've got... sometimes I can't pronounce some of the names. But anyways, they're saying, come on, Barrie, don't mess this up. No one cares, work harder. So that's in there again. Mike Fellis saying Von Richter will end this. I'm feeling it. Remember that.
Okay, we'll have to remember that.
Well, Von Richter had a great chance going to the net. Was that in the third period now?
Yeah, in the third period, he dangled through everyone. It was beautiful.
No, it was fantastic. So then we've got Maverick Quinnell asking about the broadcast. Where can you watch it? It's being broadcast by TSN nationally, but because we're a radio broadcast, we can't show you the action on the ice, but we're glad you're here for the audio feed.
Just stay here.
You can, but then, yeah, but you can match it with the
exactly.
the
watch
video.
Watch the TSN and listen to us.
One person here saying they cut the game on TSN.
I saw something about, like, if you're watching like a stream or something, it said like live event ended or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's out of our control.
I know someone that was watching, so it's
okay.
It's not cut for everyone, but maybe you just have to find it specifically somewhere.
Okay, then. We got Jeremy saying, do you feel Aitchison will play any NHL games next year? Fun game, great call, the game, guys. So do you think Aitchison's in the NHL maybe for a few games?
Maybe not full-time, but I think he'll definitely get some games next season. He's taken a lot of strides forward this year, and maybe coming into the season, it wouldn't have been expected by many, but with the season he's had and the postseason he's had, I think he's earned himself a couple of games. And I don't think the Islanders are going to be afraid of putting a young defenseman in that spotlight. They just did it this year with Matthew Schaefer, so they may say, all right, let's see what you got.
Well, at the start of the season, many were figuring, okay, Schaefer, he'll get a couple of games, then he'll come back to Erie because he missed so much due to injury last year. But the New York Islanders putting their faith in Schaefer, the former Erie Otter. I wouldn't be surprised if Aitchison starts with the Islanders, see what he can do. That combination, Schaefer and Aitchison, it's going to be fun to watch if you're an Islanders fan.
Oh, exactly. And it's like you said, I mean, Matthew Schaefer didn't look like he would be ready because he hadn't played since the World Juniors in December, and it felt like, okay, for his development, he hasn't played too much junior. Put him back in there and reset. But they trusted him, and it worked out pretty well. So imagine those two playing 30 minutes a night.
That's going to be fun to watch in the future. Now, CYKF Zamboni, we want to thank the commentators for an amazing feed. You're welcome. Well, thank you very much for tuning in. Also, Jacob Sanchez, thank you, boys, for this feed. You are most welcome. Martin Edwards gets another look. So I love how there's so many people pulling for Dylan Edwards because he's had such great speed going up the wing. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a guy that could end this one.
It's too bad he's not on the Colts. We would have had so many more viewers throughout the year.
Right? And Zamboni also saying, thanks for making the Ranger feels feel welcome. Yeah, we got more people saying that the feed on TSN's been cut. Lil Christie says, agreed, the broadcaster Mike is fantastic, so professional too. He could be on TSN.
No.
Well, let's not rush it. We've had those rumors before on the broadcast.
It's going to start again.
Here it comes again. Ryer Root, yeah, live event ended on TSN. We got Robbie saying, how many OT periods do you get in the playoffs?
As many as they need.
We just let it run.
We'll be here till 5 a.m. if we have to.
I have to work at 4 in the morning, so if that's the case, you may be...
It's all me.
Potentially. hopefully it doesn't go that far.
Oh, what a shame.
We've got the Gimp saying, appreciate you guys. Isles fan here for the hype and hoping he makes it. We had a lot of Islander fans on this feed right now.
Yeah, that helps too when you know, I wonder if there's any Dallas fans for Emil Hemming as well, and then, you know, start changing. Things start feeling better if you're Barrie, and if you can take these home games, all of a sudden, maybe you're heading back to the odd, but you've got all the momentum in a 2-2 tie.
So the second overtime period underway. Ben Wilmot's going to skate it out of the zone. That's going to go deep into the Kitchener end. Zabeski gives chase. Takes it from Andonovski. Picked up here by Hemming in front. Wilmot couldn't get a skit dick on it. Puck's just bouncing around. Rangers move it up. It's Sam O'Reilly. O'Reilly into the attacking zone. Passes it to Lamb. Lamb along the boards. In front. Horebic got a blocker on it. And the Colts are going to move it up. Here's Zabeski. Zabeski sends it on net. And getting a blocker on it there was Kirsch. Rangers in their own zone. Gardner nearly had it at the line. Lowe's going to put it back into the Kitchener zone. Reed sends it back to Woolley. Woolley up to Romano as Kitchener is going to set up in their own zone. Jack Pridham now. Pridham reaches the blue line, sent ahead, stopped by Gardner. Gardner up to Schneid. He's going to dump it in. Kirsch leaving it behind his own net as the Rangers regroup. Pass sent ahead. Here's Carson Campbell. Campbell reaches the neutral zone. He'll dump it in. Puck goes behind the Barrie net. After it is Romano, takes a hit from Eliasson. Eliasson has that go off his skate. He's able to send this one down the ice. Icing is waved off. Campbell back to pick it up for Kitchener as the Rangers complete a line change. Pridham sends this one across, picked up by Humphreys. Humphreys on the wing, takes the shot, stopped by Horebic. Humphreys gets it again for the Rangers, comes back to the blue line, takes the shot, deflected. Horebic kicked that one aside, loose puck picked up by Eliasson. Gabriel Eliasson reaches center. He's going to send it deep. Crombie on the near boards. There's a battle ensues in the near corner. Colts trying to move it around. Picking it up now is Cameron Reed. He's going to go back behind his own net. Sends it up to Elenis. He'll get it out to center. Newton dumps it in. That's going to go around. Rangers get it deep in their own zone. Colts right now completing a line change as Andonovski is going to send this one forward. That's stopped at center, bouncing, and now it's an icing call against Kitchener.
Well, there's one guy here trying to start a Let's Go Rangers chant, but I think he tries to pick his moments when the Colts fans get a bit quiet, but can't seem to find the right moment because Barrie fans pick up on it pretty quick.
Well, it's a good mix of Ranger and Colt fans here tonight at the Saddlin Arena. Traditionally, Kitchener fans, they travel quite well.
Yep.
And it's on full display here as this team right now in their first trip to the OHL Championship since 2008, when they needed 7 games to defeat the Belleville Bulls. As the puck's bouncing around in the corner, Barrie trying to pick it up, back to the line, Aitchison, it's in his skates, sends it across, Rangers will get it out. Aitchison deflected, and that's going to go into the stands with 17:33 still to play in the second overtime.
Obviously, Barrie is their first OHL Final game at home since 2013. First one under the name, the Saddlin Arena.
And that was against the London Knights, and that was another series that needed 7 games to solve. Face-off won by the Rangers. Campbell, he gave it up, gave it right to Carter Lowe. Lowe, backhand pass in front, but that doesn't connect. Aitchison keeps it at the blue line. Aitchison down low. Schneid back to Von Richter, takes the shot through a crowd, puck's loose, Colts diving for it. It's picked up by the Rangers, and they're going to get it out. Here comes Tanner Lamb. Lamb will hit the brakes, taken by Schneid. Schneid sends it across. Here's Brad Gardner on the wing. Gardner takes the shot, stopped by Kirsch. Puck goes in the air, stays in the Kitchener zone. Rangers will move it up. At center, it's Romano. Romano on goal, that goes wide. Edwards chases after it. Edwards puts that one ahead. Colts collect it out to center ice. Picked up by Andonovski. That's kicked ahead, but that's going to be offside against Barrie as we're now down to 16:43.
A couple close calls there on the offsides. Kitchener just barely onside, and then Barrie there just a little bit offside, and they weren't, though. That would have been a good opportunity for Wilmot and Zabeski. Top guys out now for the Colts. means the top guys are out for Kitchener.
The line matching continues here tonight, even in double overtime. Zaleski sends it in the zone. It was knocked down by Andonovski. Reed gets this one down the ice. Deflected, so no icing. Aitchison, he'll send this one around. Rangers keeping at the blue line. Luca Romano. Romano looks to the net, waits, fires, blocked by Zaleski. That's knocked to the wing. Wilmot gets to the line, and that one just escaped the zone as Matthew Andonovski couldn't keep it in.
Oh, we had a good angle on that one. I can confirm that one was offside.
Well, we've got such a unique vantage point here. It's still taking a little bit getting used to, even though we're now in the double overtime.
Yeah, well, they've given us a lot of periods to get used to it.
And we're going to be right back at it. Game 4 from this vantage point when we're back here Tuesday night. You can, of course, catch the Barrie Colts radio broadcast here on the channel. So if you're not subscribed, you can click subscribe today.
Hopefully Game 3 is done by then.
You're so optimistic. Rangers have it down low. Here's Humphreys to the net. Kicked aside by Hrebeck. Jack Pridham comes back to the point. Blocked by Edgar. He gets this one out to center ice. Reed will dump this one in. Hrebeck slows it down. Both teams are making changes. Cole Emerton, he'll move this one up. Emerton reaches center. He'll dump it in. Puck goes around behind the Kitchener net. Picking it up there is Woolley. Rangers move it. Skating it ahead is Lamb. Lamb sends this one across into the Barrie zone. Puck's bouncing. Ellis is there to collect it for the Rangers. Ellis sends it back. Just kept in by Campbell. His shot on net. Stopped by Hrebeck. As Campbell did a great job just keeping that puck onside.
That's a nice job by Campbell there. It was tight, but it looked like he kept it in. We couldn't see any white. The other side of that puck, and just flips one to the net. Tried to catch the Colts off guard there, but Hrebeck with a big save. We get in the double overtime. Feels like Kayshawn Aitchison's minutes are starting to go up again.
I would love to know how many minutes Aitchison and Reed have in this game. Because those two defensemen, they seem to be always out there. So we get the face-off now to the right of Hrebeck. Face-off won by the Rangers. That's going to go down the ice. Campbell back to play it for Kitchener. Goes over to Woolley. Woolley puts it on his own goal. Kirsch was ready for it. As Campbell's going to go back behind his own net. The arena buzzing a little after Woolley put it on his own net. Campbell, he'll move this one forward. Here's Woolley. Woolley sends it in the zone, deflected, no icing. Sherratt, first one on it. Sherratt takes the hit from Gardner. Aitchison trying to knock it free. Ends up back behind the Barrie net. Von Richter there for the Colts. He'll flip this one down the ice. Carter Lowe bats it out of the air. Puck's bouncing. Gardner after it. Gardner backhand to the net. Blocked by Andonovski. Rangers will skate it up. Here's Sherratt. Sherratt enters the zone. Sends it across. That's blocked. Puck's bouncing on the net. Here's Edwards trying to tuck it around. Hrebeck the save. They jam at it and it crosses the line. The Rangers, they win Game 3 in double overtime. It looks like Dylan Edwards. And the Kitchener Rangers now have a 3-0 series lead in the OHL Championship Series.
Well, that's as close as it gets, and the Colts, they haven't left the bench yet, so we may get a look at this one. It's Kitchener jamming away, and you saw Ben Hrebeck lean back, and you realize it's going in the net. Obviously, Kitchener jamming there. You got to wonder if there was any goaltender interference. The officials haven't started looking yet, but well, Patrick Sexton has a walkie-talkie in his ear. He's getting told what's happening, and the Colts, they've yet to leave the bench, so they still feel confident. When Mason Zaleski scored that overtime winner, and there was a review for the offside, the coaching staff, they had already left, but Barrie here right now, they're not leaving, so obviously it's easier to leave when you think you've won, but we'll get another look at it here from the far camera. It zooms in a bit. Edwards out front, and then everyone charging in, and Kitchener realizes it's in. This will give us a better angle. As it goes to the net, Edwards right in front. And is there enough contact there to say that they knocked Hrebeck
Well, Edwards went to the net. He had the puck side of the goal, trying to tuck it around Hrebeck. Hrebeck fell.
Are they going to say that is enough contact by Edwards to knock Hrebeck back?
Here's the call, and it's a good goal. So the Kitchener Rangers win it in double overtime. It's a 4-3 final. And heartbreak here for the Barrie Colts, as they're now down 3-0 in this best-of-7 series.
Another tough one for Barrie tonight. They've been a shot away in back-to-back games. Could easily have a 2-1 series lead here, but instead, it's Kitchener once again with the overtime winner. Just such a tough one for the Barrie Colts once again. They were in it all game long. I mean, they got outshot by 10, but this was a tight one. And for Barrie, obviously, so disappointing to be that close, but just one extra shot for Kitchener, one extra scrum in the net to give them the win.
Well, it just goes to show that one bounce is all you need in overtime.
Yep.
And we mentioned that in the intermission, how I didn't think it was going to be a pretty goal.
No.
And that was not a pretty goal. Edwards just did the right thing. You get the puck to the net, you jam at it. Hrebeck, he fell into his net, and they ended up getting it to cross the line. I think they're going to give credit to Dylan Edwards, but it could also be Gabe Sherratt who came into the crease. We'll have to wait and see the final ruling on it. But now for this Kitchener Rangers team, one win away from advancing to the 2026 Memorial Cup.
Yeah, it looks like Edwards is getting the interview, so I'd say that right now he's got credit, but you know, it's like you say, it's one little bounce, one little jam job, and it was that close. And for Barrie, I mean, 3-0 is pretty hard to come back from, but you know, you've been in every game this series. It's right back to work, as Dylan Smoskowitz would say, tomorrow at practice, and they're going to put their best foot forward to get another win here on home ice and try and push it back to the odd in game number 5.
Now, I'm sure there's going to be some Ranger fans that are not going to be happy that I bring this up, but in 2008, they were up 3-0 on the Belleville Bulls and ended up losing the next 3 and needed to win it in 7.
We just lost like our entire viewership.
I'm only bringing up history because I love the history and the stats, but obviously for Kitchener, they are in the driver's seat, and for the Barrie Colts, they have to find a way to dig deep here, take the positives from this one, because they were getting some great chances. Even in that overtime period, there was a couple of shots in that first overtime where it came oh so close, but Kirsch shut the door.
Yeah, they had some good opportunities, and credit to Christian Kirsch because he has played 3 great games here tonight, and well, not tonight, but over the series. He
Right,
didn't play 3 great
understand.
games tonight, but yeah, Kirsch has been one of the best players for the Kitchener Rangers, and Ben Hrebeck, again, 3 great games for him, and he hasn't gotten a single win yet, and it kind of feels undeserving for Hrebeck, but at the end of the day, you get back to work and you try and find a way.
Yep, so right now we're just waiting for the 3 stars of the game, and for this Barrie Colts team, you got to put this one in the rearview mirror quickly, because you were in the game in all 3 meetings. Game 1, the third period got away from them, and they lost that one 5-2, but for games 2 and 3 now, you've pushed the Rangers to overtime, so you know that you're in this series. You just have to find a way, get in front, and hold the lead. Obviously, they didn't have a lead here tonight, but still, you got to feed off the atmosphere here at the Sadwin.
Yeah, it was a great atmosphere tonight, and it's going to be rocking again on Tuesday. But for Barrie, I mean, like you mentioned, they could easily be up 2-1 in this series. That's why it's so tough, but at the end of the day, that's not how it fell. And so Barrie's going to have to try and come back, get some things going, and try and find a way.
But even though Kitchener is up 3-0 in this series, this has been a really good matchup. It's not like a team is blowing the other one out and winning, by multiple goals each game. We've needed overtime these last 2 games, so it has been a very entertaining series. And if Game 4 is going to be any indication, we're going to be in for a wild finish, I think, to this series.
Yeah, it's still going to be very entertaining, and you'll get a pretty good read on where this series is at in that first period. If Barrie has signs of life, then you know it's going to be a great game. But if they come out with a really tough effort in the first period and it feels like they kind of feel like they're done, then obviously that's going to be pretty tough. But, Dylan Smoskowitz is going to have it installed in their mind that they're not done, and No, they said it down 3-1 last series. We don't feel like we're done. I'm sure it's going to be the same attitude going into game number 4.
All right, so we have your 3 stars. Your 3 stars are presented by Craighurst Crossing by Georgian Communities. New homes, minutes from North Barrie, where inspired living meets small town charm. Your 3rd star tonight, William Schneid. What a beautiful goal. You have to check that one out. He had 1 goal here tonight, but he's a player that he's had so many chances this series and finally got that goal.
Yeah, and if you want to find that goal, just go anywhere. It's already everywhere. So, yeah, great game from Schneid. Great series from him so far. And credit to him as well. They're going out and signing the autographs for the kids after a tough defeat there in double overtime.
Your 2nd star of the game, Sam O'Reilly of the Kitchener Rangers. Goal, 2 assists, +3. O'Reilly showing why he was the winner of the Red Tilson.
Yeah, there's a reason why he won it. It's a lot of Colts fans say, hey, it should have been Beaudoin, but at the end of the day, I think they were both really good candidates. Maybe one should have been favored over the other, but it doesn't matter. And Sam O'Reilly, he's a proven winner in this league. He's done it multiple times, and he's 1 win away from doing it again.
And I'm sure there's going to be a few happy fans on the chat because Dylan Edwards, your overtime hero and your 1st star, 4-point outing for Edwards. 2 goals, 2 assists. He was a factor in all 4 goals tonight, so he is your 1st star of the game. So the Barrie Colts lose in overtime again here against the Kitchener Rangers, and will now have to try and find a way to get one here in Barrie, or their season will come to an end.
Yeah, we should have known it was going to be Edwards. After all that stuff on the chat, we didn't even have to show up.
The chat just kept going.
We didn't have to show up. We should have just known it would be Dylan Edwards.
But that's why we do these games.
Yeah,
you just never know what's going to happen.
You never know, but Dylan Edwards, the hero, and a great game tonight for both sides. And obviously there had to be a winner, and at the end of the day, it was the Kitchener Rangers, and they're now in full control.
So that'll do it for us from the Saddlein Arena. It's a 4-3 final in overtime. Dylan Edwards, the hero for the Kitchener Rangers here tonight. For Josh McCann and Jean Pereira, Mike Poirier saying so long, and we'll talk to you back here from Barrie on Tuesday for Game 4 of this OHL Final.